a great turnout from my colleagues and members of the Regs Committee and also the public. So we will be getting a lot of information today, I'm sure. So I'm going to start by reading the karakia. Please feel free to join in if you'd like to. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he huhu, tihei, Māori ora. All right, so we'll move on to apologies, and I can see everyone's actually here from the committee, so we don't have any apologies. Are there any for early departure? Or, okay, hopefully we will not be too long in the meeting, but I suspect it will go into the afternoon. Yeah, just a slight early afternoon.
Let me just get the exact time. Oh, yeah, early finish. I absolutely have to leave here at 1:30.
Lovely, thank you. We will vote to accept that. Move it. I will move that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Ben, and we will vote on that. Lovely. That is unanimously carried. Conflict of interest declarations. Does anyone have any conflict of interest declarations? I don't see any. Confirmation of the minutes. So I will move that the minutes of the meeting which were held on the 19th of June 2024, which have been published on our website, be accepted, confirmed and accepted. Do I have a second for that? Thank you, Councillor Chung. We'll now vote on that. And that's unanimously carried. We don't have any items that are not on the agenda, so we will now move on to our public participation. So I would like to, everybody except the first lot of submitters have 10 minutes because there's quite a few of them, but after that everyone has 5. I'm sorry, but we just have so many people would be here all day if we allowed everybody more. So Martin, is it? Oh, you are here. Lovely. Martin and your colleagues.
Kia ora, Cole Martin Hanley Aho. So I'm here wearing my Newtown Festival hat as the facilitator of the application for the community to have road closures consent in the side streets. And thank you very much for being able to sort of reconsider this and provisionally approve it as a trial basis for 6 months. I'm not going to say any more about the proposal, but I'm going to let my colleagues from Newtown introduce themselves and say a little bit, and then we'll leave some of the 10 minutes for questions.
Thank you.
Kia ora, ko Joel Aho. I'm a member of the Aiga Music Collective. We're a local independent music promotion, events promotion organisation. Also work for Kubarupa, work for events for Kubarupa, Newtown Festival, and a whole bunch of other stuff that I don't have written down.
Lovely.
Dave from Massey, who's on,
okay.
Has to go for another commitment.
Lovely.
Kia ora koutou. Ko Dave Kātaho. I'm an Associate Professor of Music Industries at Massey. We're quite keen to support the application. Our students have been for the last couple of years engaged with Newtown and quite keen to make use of these things. Obviously, pandemic and weather has had an impact, but having the capacity to have a block of dates in advance that we can sort of make available and use is a really useful tool for us and also an excellent opportunity for us to engage with our community and support the work of Newtown.
Thank you.
Kia ora, how's it going? My name's Upper. I own Creeps, which is a record store in Newtown, and something like this will be amazing for the musicians and for the community and just for general awesomeness in the hood. Thanks.
Thank you.
Morena, everybody. My name's Paige. I co-own and operate Black Coffee Newtown on Ridderford Street. I'm here representing myself and also Duncan McLean from around the corner, my neighbour, who owns Duncan McLean's Denim and Jeans. We believe this would be a beautiful structure if it was approved to be a platform for the community to rise and make some really good changes and promotions for local businesses and residents, and it's just something to look forward to after, well, we don't know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora, good morning. I'm Lucy Aitchison. I am the marketing manager at Parrot Dog, and I represent Parrot Dog today as we run the Wilson Street stage every year at Newtown Festival. Obviously, we would love to be able to replicate that at another point in the year, and this would definitely allow us to do that in a nimble way, and we would be ready and prepared to do that whenever it should arise.
Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora, my name's Peter Noble. I own a few buildings on Ridderford Street, and I'm in support of this as well. I think it'll be great for my tenants, and I think and for Newtown as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora, tātou. I'm James Kerm. I'm General Manager of Moon in Newtown, a live music venue. And it's just around the corner of Wilson Street, and it'd be good to bring that Newtown Festival feel. This happens once a year, spread it throughout the year, so it sort of becomes, Newtown increases everyone's visibility as an events and art space around, within Wellington. Cheers.
Thank you.
And I'm
Lovely.
doubling back on behalf of two other speakers who aren't actually here. Mark Troop Paul of Newtown New World, in our debrief after the festival, pulled out his whiteboard and drew a diagram in the side streets and said, you know what would be brilliant? If on another day of the year you guys did something then, when all the buses and cars can still get to my supermarket, but there was some music in Newtown. And I'm also speaking on behalf of Luis Guerrero Reyes from Viva Mexico Newtown, who actually would like to use the first Saturday in November, and that is the one definite booking we have for activating this for Viva Mexico and the Latino community to run a Day of the Dead fiesta, probably without closing Wilson Street itself, just closing the public car park. But that's yet to be confirmed, because our role is the facilitator. We know the road closure contractors, the safety gates providers, the stage providers, the gear providers, and as you're seeing, a cross-section of the musicians, collectives and venues. We will be the hands-off. It's not our event. We are just the enablers donating our services to these gigs, as we do to the you'll be familiar with the road closure for the Polish Christmas market. That's us as the ghost. We have coached them as to how to close the road. All of their road closures have been done with our team assisting them and finding them the contractors to make a safe road closure. So we now have 5 minutes for questions.
I think you might need them. So we've got a question from Councillor Calvert and a question from Councillor Foon. And I think I saw, yes, a question from Councillor Chung. We'll start. You go.
Thank you. One thing that wasn't very clear to me was the access for residents. So I wonder whether you can talk to us about that and traffic being able to get to where they need to be.
Yes, good question. So this is a much smaller road closure than you see on Newtown Festival Day. We don't actually, in Wilson Street, we don't go across any residents' frontages to inhibit their access, and all the businesses that are in there can walk in. It's a very short block of mostly buildings that Peter and his owns and his tenants are in, and it's intended that the closure won't be so dense that cyclists can't walk their cycles through and then continue on Wilson Street as a cyclist. On Newtown Festival Day, the TMP basically turns that segment of Wilson Street into a two-way road, except they don't put a big sign up saying two-way. It's just for local residents' access, and all the local residents know that they can drive, and very importantly, including the laundry, which trades all weekend long. On Festival Day, we let them into backstage so their vans can come and go safely to their laundry. Our backstage in this closure doesn't include them, so they'll just be able to drive in and out to their laundry. Okay, yeah. And in Newtown Ave, there are two houses, one on the north side of the road to the east, who will be door knocked to explain that they can't park right outside, they have to park in front of their neighbour, and the other resident inside the closure on the south side to the west actually loves being part of the gig, and he usually does something on his lawn, and that's why we're going as far west as we are.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Kia ora tātou, thank you so much for coming in. Lovely to see you in our place. Just a couple of questions on informing the community, like what measures will you be taking to make sure the community around you is informed each time you're doing an event?
There's part of that question I can't answer because we're not really supposed to put our little cardboard signs that are A3 size on the public lampposts, so you can't put it in the official record. But we have orange clones of the big metal signs that we do cable tied to the lampposts in and beyond the affected streets in both these closures and the Polish Christmas market and every little side street on Newtown Festival Day. We door knock affected residents. We put 3 sets of windscreen wiper leaflets under all the parked cars that are in the closure and beyond it, warning them it's coming, and if they park within it, they'll be towed on the day. And we put letterbox drops in everybody's letterbox who might be likely to park in there. The wonderful thing in Wilson Street is it's time restricted parking, so we affix dual parking signage that says P whatever it is at the bottom of it every other day. But on the day in question, there will be no parking and they will be towed. Our leaflets say they will be ticketed, but Newtown Festival is a benign organisation. We actually pay the tow truck and we pay for the tows.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Chung.
Got one more.
Great, thanks very much.
Can we keep them a bit brief because there's one more? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I was talking to a hairdresser in Newtown, and they said that could more consideration be taken to allowing their clients to actually come in to access the hairdressing salon? Are there any special sort of facilities you can have for not blocking their doorway?
Yep. They're not in this closure at all, so they'll just have some lovely music around a corner from them on the day.
Excellent. Great, thank you.
I'm just going to slip a quick one in. One of the things that we might be looking at is whether you could provide a bit of an update feedback for us after the 6-month trial period. Is that going to be a problem?
Totally happy for that, and we would like to be doing that before the 6 months is up in conjunction with the council officers, because it would be, if there's any problems, we're going to be discontinuing those sorts of events, and we want it to be as seamless as possible for it to be able to continue if it's going to continue, and certainty if it's not going to be able to continue.
And the other thing is about publicity. We obviously want people to be prepared for it. So I'm just wondering about things like the supermarkets, library, just notices.
Every gig will have its own promo poster and we'll be all over the place in shop windows telling people it's coming, and also in the on our Facebook pages and all of these people's Facebook pages, whoever's running it.
Okay, lovely. Is it a very quick one, Deputy Mayor? Like super?
In a word, what would the economic and wellbeing impact be for Newtown?
Improvement.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've used your time very effectively, and it's been lovely to hear all those perspectives. Thank you for taking the time to come to us. Right, so we'll keep going because we have got a busy, busy morning. I'd like to invite James Burgess online to speak about item 2.3. Thank you, James.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I won't go over in detail what we wrote in our submission. You'll have that in front of you. This is about the Basin Reserve closure for the Beers at the Basin event. It's also somewhat a proxy for events at the Basin in general and how they affect transport around that Basin area. I'd like to start by saying that in the last week or so, I've had a productive meeting with Lisa and Ryan, the venue managers, Cricket Wellington, and we've looked at things that they already do and that they can do to minimise impact on safe walking and biking around the Basin from events. And they've explained some of the constraints that they work under as well, things like contract negotiations. So just want we will also work together with them to make sure that we can advise cyclists a little bit more about when there are going to be closures at the Basin, because obviously it does have quite an impact being on that major route for people getting between Newtown and the city centre. So our objection really is to the extent of the disruption that the event will cause. The slip lane and the Basin itself would be closed for over a week for the Beers event. I noticed that it says in the proposal that the it references not being over 31 days in aggregate of closures or disruption for this event. But I'd just like to point out that, of course, this is one event among a large program of events. So certainly there are significantly more than 31 days before the end of this year, even, I think, and this calendar year, and more to follow after that. So it is something that happens quite often. The problem that we get really is conflict between pedestrians and cyclists trying to make their way around the outside of the basin when it is closed. Things that we would seek, so we were very pleased to hear from the venue managers their ideas for minimising impacts, and we'll look forward to working together with them. But in addition to that, we'd seek to maybe see if there were opportunities to reduce some of the pinch points on the outer path. There are some parking signs and things like that that contribute to conflict between people walking and biking when the main basin is closed. We would like to see added to the shared path signs during events. We'd like to see some temporary share with care signs. We think those would be helpful both for reminding cyclists to keep their speed down and for reminding people walking on that path that it is indeed permitted for cycling during those times, because that's one of the conflict points. People don't understand the shared path nature. And we would like to see the council and the venue managers just working together for all of future closure plans to ensure that they do indeed minimise impact on cycling. So I'll just note that the traffic management plan conditions for the proposal and the impact talk about very little impact on cycling, and the traffic management plan doesn't mention cycling once. So I'd like to see that considered in a little bit more depth. Thanks for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you, James. I have a question. When you were talking to the organisers, was it clear that they were going to need 8 days? It does seem like quite a long time.
So there are two aspects to the closure. So the specific application is for closing the slip lane. Obviously, that is the best proxy we have for understanding when the basin itself will be closed as well. Those two things have connected effects, but slightly different effects. I understand that there is maybe a possibility for this event to reduce the closure before the event by 1 day. They were looking to talk to the event organizer about that one. Obviously, still, when we have some of the big events, things like cricket internationals, there are very strict conditions that they don't really have too much bargaining power to say to the international bodies, no, you can't close that for as long as you want.
Okay. Are there any other questions for James? Yes, Councillor Rogers.
I think I saw in one of the emails that there was going to be a shared path portion on the eastern side of the basin. I guess I was wondering if you had any reflections on the experience for both cyclists and pedestrians in terms of what that route looks like for them and, you know, what conflicts cause there.
Absolutely. So it's under the width that would be recommended for a shared path, even if the usage wasn't as high as it sometimes can be. It also has those very special Pahutakawa trees protrude quite a bit into the path, so you have to go around them. Obviously not suggesting that anything be done to those, but just acknowledging the impact that they have. They tend to mean that there are pinch points where the people biking and walking will both be squeezed into a small path. Anyone who went around the path yesterday would have also noticed that just next to one of those Pahutakawas were a set of cones around one of our famous water leaks. So there was really a very narrow place to get through, even for one person. The shared path signs that have been installed, I think, will help for people to recognise that as a shared path. I think around events when people unfamiliar with the area are walking around there, then temporary signage in addition will be important.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. We're out of time, but that's been very useful. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
We'll move to Damien Hochberg, who's also speaking about the Beers at the Basin road closure, proposed road closure. Good morning, Damien. Welcome. It's 5 minutes, plus that has to include time for questions.
That's okay. Thank you for that. So obviously I run Beers at the Basin. The main reason that the slip road is closed is to allow us access for health and safety, heavy machinery, etc., through the slip road. We've applied for the slip road to be closed from Monday evening through till Tuesday evening. We, in the past, have closed from Tuesday morning very early through till Tuesday in our applications. I came back and asked if we could go for Monday, just basically to make life easier for our traffic management install. In hindsight, after hearing from James, etc. We'd be happy to move our road closure back to late on Monday evening or very early Tuesday morning at 5 a.m. Our aim is to obviously have the minimum impact. So we have to apply for the road closure to go through until Tuesday evening in case our rain day goes in, which is Sunday, because then everything gets pushed out by one day. If we don't use our rain day, I don't believe we have ever not opened the road on Monday evening so far to date. So obviously our aim is to open it as soon as possible. James raised a few other aspects in regards to like Canal Reserve, which is the grass area being closed. So we actually have a permit to close Canal Reserve as well, but we don't put any branding or anything on that or mesh on that fence line that is of concern until probably Thursday morning. So it's at the latest point. So there should still be a line of sight, which came up as an issue. So we're happy to try and work with that. The main reason that the basin is actually closed itself is we are running forklifts, container trucks, scaffolding, etc. And that's both sides of the Basin Reserve during the whole thing. So we are running as quicker pack in and pack out as we can. We pack in everything. We're gone off the field by Sunday afternoon. So we're one day pack out, but we cannot load trucks and all those things on Sunday afternoon. So that's why we have the road closed on Monday. That is our load out day. And then obviously we clear. So the main reason we have the basin closed is for health and safety reasons. And the main reason we have the slip road closed in Canal Reserve is to go with all of those aspects as well. So basically, we're happy to try and work. I can't speak to the signage that would be covered by the traffic management plan or the signage in the shared pathway. I cannot speak to that, but we can obviously have it included in the traffic management plan. But from my point of view, we are trying to minimise the impact as possible. We're not having the road closed and sitting there doing nothing. We're using it the whole time we have the road closed. All right, so we are conscious, like I'm a Wellingtonian, so we are conscious about the impact it has. So
Okay.
our aim is to minimise it.
So thank you very much, Damien, and thank you for talking to James. It's obviously been very helpful. Can I just clarify that you would be happy with a slightly reduced, and what date did you say? Instead of it being Monday evening, it could be Tuesday morning.
If it was Tuesday morning, it would need to be around 5 a.m. because our first pack-in comes at 6 a.m.
Okay.
So we're happy to run with that, or late on Monday night. On the Tuesday on the way out, on the 26th off the top of my head, I would have to be non-negotiable on that only because of the but obviously we're not aiming to, so we're trying to get it as open ASAP.
Okay, thank you. I do have some questions. So Councillor, we'll need to get them tight. Councillor Rogers, and then I think it's Councillor McNulty.
I'll actually just ask mine separately out of this because it's somewhat unrelated.
Councillor McNulty.
Hey, Damien, thanks so much for that clear, concise explanation. Seems like it would be a fair thing for council to sort of develop an approach and some signage for when the slip lane's closed, not just for your event, but more consistently. Do you think that's something reasonable that we could get out of, having gone through this?
Yes, I do think so. Just to quickly thing it, like Ryan and I work very well together, so something that was used for the cricket would be used for the Bears at the Basin type scenario. So it's not a matter of if you're doing something for one event, we're not going to do it for others. So basically the cricket's there and Bears at the Basin are there at the Basin as the two major events. So we would work with whatever's going on with cricket or Bears at the Basin likewise.
Thank you. That sounds like a useful suggestion. Is there anybody else who'd like to ask a question? No, it looks like that's been really helpful. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, Damien. It's really appreciated.
No problem.
Thank you. Right, we will keep moving to Billy Clemens. Billy Clemens, welcome. Speaking on item 2.1, Thorndon Quay.
Tēnā koe committee members, ko Billy Clemens tōku ingoa. I'm the policy and advocacy lead at Transporting New Zealand. I'm joined today by other members of the coalition of transport groups who share a position regarding the 5 proposed raised crossings. So I just wonder if just invited them to join with me, and if there are particular questions that we could assist the committee with, I'd be happy to direct those to the particular groups here, Bus and Coach, Heavy Haulage and Fire and Emergency New Zealand. I beg your pardon, the AA, my apologies.
My understanding is you've got 5 minutes each as individuals.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah, correct.
okay.
So Transporting New Zealand's a membership association with just over 1,200 members, primarily road freight operators operating trucking businesses around the country. 260 of those are primarily based in the lower North Island, with particularly strong interests in ensuring that people and goods can move safely and efficiently around the Wellington area in a way that minimises noise and environmental pollution and appropriately manages safety risks. Transporting New Zealand's joined with a coalition of transport groups to advocate against raised platform use on 5 signalised pedestrian crossings. It includes Fire and Emergency New Zealand, the Automobile Association, New Zealand Heavy Haulage and the Bus and Coach Association, and calling for the Council to reconsider these plans. Transporting New Zealand and these other groups, I'll beg your pardon, I'll skip on through. Transporting New Zealand first raised concerns around the impacts that these raised platforms could have on freight movement, including our freight movement harmful emissions and noise in our submission to Let's Get Wellington Moving in November 2022. The Council's Regulatory Processes Committee approved the traffic resolution giving effect to the design on the 24th of August 2023. As the project proceeded to the construction phase and the impacts of the design became evident, concerns were raised to Transporting New Zealand by several of our Wellington members regarding the implications that this could have on traffic flow, harmful emissions and noise. This led to the formation of the Coalition of Transport Groups, and we eventually wrote to Mayor Whānau on 19th of July to request a pause in construction till these issues could be resolved. Council officers have now prepared 3 options for the committee to consider. Transporting New Zealand supports of those 3 options, supports option 2 and option 3 on the basis that these would appropriately account for safety outcomes, ensure efficient traffic flow and manage environmental and noise emissions. So to move on to the agenda and the analysis provided by council officers, Transporting New Zealand is concerned that the analysis completed may correctly characterised as a benefit analysis, very focused on the safety implications, rather than a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis that would include appropriate considerations of freight efficiency and environmental concerns. Just on that slide that I've provided there, that's actually a graphic, I think, from an Auckland transport graphic, but I think it just appropriately sets out that when assessing the impacts of traffic calming, there's very distinct advantages and disadvantages that it's appropriate to consider. For our members in particular, those disadvantages that really start to impact them are increased fuel consumption and exhaust emissions from speed changes that raised platforms require regardless of the time of day or the particular context. The risk of increased traffic queues and congestion that I think fellow speakers will be able to speak to particularly, and increased noise for the residents and businesses of the area and acceleration and de-acceleration. And as well as that, I'm sure the committee will be aware of the significant construction and maintenance costs of this particular project. I'd also just like to refer to the risk raised by officers. Identified in the paper for option 2 that a subsequent safe system audit may require the subsequent installation of raised platforms at a significant cost of $1.1 million. Unfortunately, we aren't aware of the exact details of that. However, it's described, I think, at page 17 as indications from preliminary conversations with the traffic safety engineer. I think it would be assistance to Transport New Zealand, also the committee, to fully understand the likelihood of that risk against the established financial cost of removing those raised platforms. I'm happy to address any questions.
Yes, are there any? Thank you very much. We do actually have quite a little bit of time, so if, you're all sort of together, so if there's time left over from some of the other presentations, we can probably come back to some general questions. Great. So we might move on to Rob, and you also have 5 minutes. But again, as I said, if you want to spend...
And collectively, we've discussed we'll try to use less than 20 minutes, so we lag.
Yeah, so there is time for questions. I think that's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Rob Giller. I'm the Advocacy and Business Development Manager for the Bus and Coach Association. Just by way of personal background, my background is in construction. I've got a civil engineering background. I've designed and built roads. I don't claim to be an expert. I've also had years in Treasury in terms of putting the Better Business Cases process in place. So I just want to highlight I have some understanding of this that's probably a bit above and beyond a member of the general public. I support everything that Billy's said, and I'm going to talk specifically about the impact on these things because I'm going to get a little bit technical, but and I hate to do this, but I need to do it because we haven't got engagement at a council level. Our members, and we have over 200 members, 12,000 staff, generating about 0.5% of GDP across New Zealand, have for months been talking to various people at council about the damage that these calming mechanisms, devices, are causing to their fleet. It runs with one operator into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's just not a cost issue, but it's also an environmental issue. When you get a sump that should never be impacted through the life of the vehicle, ripped open and 45 litres of oil spilling into gutters, into the wastewater system, the stormwater system, and ultimately into the harbour, that's not a good look. Now, I guarantee you those same officers, if you'd asked them 2 or 3 years ago again about some of these crossings that were being installed at that time, would have said no problems, they're not going to damage buses. They categorically have. It's been acknowledged, it's recorded as evidence, and even GW has acknowledged that. It comes back to design, and I'm just going to focus a little bit on that because I don't want to sound petty, but when you can't even spell buses in the paper that's in front of you, and para 61 is repeated as para 63, you've got some issues of accuracy in there. And I want to talk to the technical issues of accuracy. You've got a table in there that has been used to get to the point of why this design has been selected. And that table is actually only draft guidance on the NZTA website. It excludes the footnote that's really relevant to what you're considering. And the actual guidance highlights that you need to take into account a number of things. So just think of a trapezoid, which these raised platforms are. There's a slope up, there's a height, and there's a length of the tabletop that are all relevant to stopping this thing grounding out or taking damage in the midspan, right? So you shouldn't be designing them to above 75 mils, and there are a number in Wellington that are causing some problems. You shouldn't be designing the ramp slopes that are too steep. What's proposed in this submission is 1 in 15, and the actual requirements on the live NZTA guidance, not the draft stuff that's been put up, is 1 in 20. And the tabletop should be a minimum of 6 metres in the NZTA guidance, which is what's been specified, but the note says it should be designed to the longest length between the wheelbase of the bus to stop that grounding out, crunching over the top. So what's actually the case is in Wellington, you've got buses at 6.15 and up to 6.8. That tabletop, if you are going to install a raised crossing, has to be longer than what you've got. That is if you want to be consistent with national guidance, because I can tell you Wellington City is the only place where operators are experiencing these problems in terms of legacy road calming devices. The only other point I'd like to highlight is I have got all of this information which I can provide to Democracy Services. I have tested this with Dr. Lorelei Schmidt at NZTA, who's given me this information and links to it. She actually chairs the reference group for public transport guidelines, and I'm a member on that reference group. I have provided some of this information to a council officer before who dismissed it as draft guidance. I can tell you the live guidance is exactly what I've said. And I also want to highlight that in that guidance, it highlights 3 things that need to be considered. First, it says you shouldn't be putting raised tables on bus routes because of the safety risks it poses to passengers, particularly if they're moving to and from, and particularly in close location to a bus stop. Because it's ideal that people stay in their seats until the bus stops, but the reality is people don't do that. So if a stop is on the other side of one of these crossings and people are already getting up and moving, I understand what the council's trying to do and reduce safety risks to pedestrians, but actually you are creating other economic and risk factors in taking the approach that's proposed. I'd also highlight that the paper says you're creating a safety risk in not choosing option 1. Actually, the status quo in terms of any business case is the situation is as it is out on the ground. And option 2 and 3 are also, particularly option 2, is a risk reduction measure. Signalised crossings at grade still have a significant impact on slowing traffic and creating a safer environment for pedestrians. So your status quo at the moment is you've got none of these things. you can decide to come down from raised to level, achieve 90+% of the benefits you're intending to claim in the business case while avoiding cost and other externalities on other users. Thank you.
You actually did use your 5 minutes, so we will have to make up some time because we've got a few questions on the list.
I'll be brief then. My name's Alex Gray. I'm the Vice Chair of the Automobile Association. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. The main reason the Automobile Association is presenting today is that we're totally against raised signalised crossings on Thorndon Quay, and in particular the one at Gun City, which we think should be deleted because then hardly any pedestrians cross there. I'd also like to point out that the proposal is inconsistent with the current GPS, and I'm interested in the comment the Minister made in yesterday's paper. I'm not sure that the City Council would want to cross swords with the current Minister. The key issue for us is we accept the argument that raised crossings are effective in slowing traffic speeds to a survivable speed for pedestrians, i.e. an impact speed of 30 kilometres an hour or less. Good example is probably outside a primary school with a pedestrian crossing, and you can have a 100mm high ramp, which does slow traffic down. But when we met with the council officers in July at the new Elizabeth Street crossing, which has been designed for buses, while we were there, a BMW SUV went across the crossing without slowing down at about 55 kilometres an hour. So the rationale for putting in raised crossings which are suitable for buses on Thorndon Quay does not work for cars, does not slow the survivable speed down to the 30 kilometres an hour, which is part of the argument in the officer's report. The other point I'd like to make is that from the records that Council has available, there's only been 2 serious accidents in the last 5 or more years on Thorndon Quay, when there's been many more other pedestrian accidents in the CBD. So again, in terms of a risk analysis, we don't see the risk there. Council mentioned that the deciding factors in the analysis are the need for pedestrians to cross 4 lanes of traffic with an average speed of above 40 kilometres an hour. But the Thorndon Quay has actually got peak hour bus lanes, so in most cases they'll only be crossing 3 lanes of traffic, and where there's an in-lane bus stop there's only 2 lanes. We're still not convinced that signalised crossings need to be raised because there are multiple examples around Wellington at the moment where we have signalised crossings at grade, including Taranaki Street, which has got 4 lanes with no median. Custom House Quay by the museum and TSB Arena has 5 lanes with no median. Niau outside the primary school, 2 lanes. Cobham Drive Crossing was installed a few years ago. That's 2 lanes with a median in the middle. Again, all of these have had no problems with pedestrian crossing incidents. The other thing is I'd like to support the Billy and Rob Giller with their submissions, and that the NZTA guidelines are draft guidelines, and they were actually introduced after the proposal was passed by Council. The other thing that I'd like to talk about is at Gun City. The business case from Let's Get Wellington Moving suggested there would be 50 to 100 pedestrians crossing per hour at Gun City. I spent 15 minutes there one morning during the rush hour. 1 runner crossed. If you multiply that by 4, that's 4 pedestrians an hour. I know the ducting has gone in, but no other work has been done there. I think it's absolutely crazy to put a raised crossing, any crossing at Gun City, because there's 18,000 vehicles per day going past that point in time, because a fair number go across the up Tinakori Road. As mentioned previously, the officer's report is silent on the need to replace water mains in Thorndon Quay. If Council proceeds with raised crossings, every one of them will have to be dug up. I originally thought there was only 1 water main. Apparently there's 5 water mains in Thorndon Quay. The other point is that the Tinakori Road signalised intersection has pedestrian crossing phases, which these are at grade. So how come it's suitable to have pedestrian crossings at grade at Tinakori Road, Hutt Road, Thorndon Quay, when it's not suitable further on? So our position simply is that we support options 2 and 3 that the Council are proposing to considered in the agenda paper. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the last speaker, but we have very little time for questions at the moment.
I understand what you're saying, and questions are important. Morning, my name's Jonathan Barner-Thompson with the Heavy Haulage Association. So my association represents the interests of specialised transport operators in the oversize freight transport sector. So this includes the transportation of recycled and new buildings, such as the 13 new classrooms that have been moved, might be able to read a bit better, from Tauranga in recent weeks along Thorndon Quay to Wellington Girls College. My membership also includes more than 125 members involved in the heavy haulage sector who move overweight loads from 60 to more than 100 tonne on permits, such as excavators and diggers to the Moa Point sludge facility, the wind farm components up to Brooklyn and to Macra's West Wind, and also to the Blue Bridge ferry terminal. For us, Thorndon Quay is a key link for members to transport these large individual items to the city and to Blue Bridge for transport between the North and the South Islands. It's a deficiency in the council report for this meeting that the daily figures for heavy vehicle truck movements along this corridor were not included alongside buses, light vehicles and pedestrians. My industry sector is governed by infrastructure restrictions, and for that reason we're unable to use the motorway, and we have to use either Hātepe Quay or Thorndon Quay to transport large equipment items from Blue Bridge that go to Hawke's Bay, Bay of Plenty, Waikato, Auckland and places north. Therefore, it's a key part of our oversized freight network for New Zealand. And with the Hātepe Quay rail overbridge a restriction for heavier loads, then Thorndon Quay is used for heavier loads on our multi-axle trailers. In our view, having these raised and signalised crossings is unnecessary. I stated this in my submission to this project in June 21. I also mentioned this to my submission in December 22. However, the engagement from the project team about the points I raised was non-existent. I note that I did meet with separate LGWM project teams about the detailed design for Hātepe Quay roundabout, and then last December for the proposed changes for the Hutt Road north of this project. However, with Thorndon Quay, the detail provided in consultation was not sufficient to comment specifically, and with no further engagement from the project about the issues I raised, if this was the experience of other roads user groups, perhaps in part this has led to where we are today. In fact, it was only in the last 2 weeks that I learned of the profile design of these crossings. Practically all of our oversized loads have to travel at off-peak times. In the middle of the night, when the number of pedestrians using these proposed rail crossings is very low, our heavy haulage transporters will need to slow down, creak and groan over each of these 5 raised crossings. All I'm asking is for a balancing of the road user requirements. The raised crossings are there 24/7, even when the pedestrian use is next to nothing, yet they still impact on the transport noise and wear from our heavy haulage transporters using this route.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was just going to say I want to just add one thing about balancing the needs of the safety of the pedestrians alongside the key use of the route for oversized transport in particular and the other road user groups that I've joined with today. So therefore, we support option 2. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have a little bit of time for questions. I'm going to slip one in first. So this one is actually for Rob. Rob, you did mention you haven't had particularly good engagement with council, but my understanding is you were invited to respond with a list of specific damage points and the places, because our staff are going to be looking at some of the previously installed road humps that are now higher than the current standard.
Yes, that's true, and that was just a verbal request. I also asked for some information at that July meeting, and that still hasn't been received. I will, though, follow up with the operators and get that list through to the
that would be brilliant, because we obviously, some of the older ones, we know there are some issues and we want to address that.
It would be awesome if you'd retrospectively address some of the old ones, and that, I know that can't be done immediately either.
No, thank you. That was my question. So do we have any other questions? I think Councillor Calvert, yep.
One of the recommendations is that this council engages with Greater Wellington Regional Council on around the public transport. Would it be appropriate, and in terms of Thorndon Quay, would it also be appropriate, do you think, to include other stakeholders such as your coalition as part of that engagement? It's probably a bit of a patsy question, but I just wanted to sort of get some clarity.
Councillor Calvert, I think I can speak on behalf of everyone that would be more than happy to engage. I think, as Jonathan's highlighted, it's the lack of engagement. What's necessary for general public engagement isn't what we need as specialists in the field, and it's that devil's in the detail issue. We're more than happy to be involved.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Chung, thank you.
Great, thanks very much. My question is actually for all the operators on this road. Seeing as how what we call traffic calming is meaning to slow down traffic to a acceptable level, whether it's 30 or 40 kilometres going along that road, are there other suggestions that you would have in preference to having speed humps? Or do you think it's even necessary?
listen, you've got signalised crossings that are going in at 5 locations there. A red light is an instruction to road users to stop, right, when there are people crossing, right? I think the mere fact that you're going to have 5 sets of these new crossings, it's that gateway type effect that naturally slows people down. At the moment, it's big, wide and handsome road. I think that just with those gateway effects of the overhead signals and that sort of thing, that you'll find that that's the natural conclusion, that the speed on the road will naturally slow down. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and we have one more from Councillor McNulty.
It's just very quickly, that one about the sump being ripped open. I think sort of Councillor Freeze addressed it, but was that a 90 millimetre? It's not the 75 millimetre standard that we're putting in Thorndon. Was that in? Yeah.
Yes, it is. But as I said, it's not just the vertical elevation of the ramp. It's also about the width of the table, and it's also about the ramp slope. So all 3 of those design components are important to stopping a vehicle from grounding as it passes over the ramp. Obviously, the lower the height, the better, and that's why we're saying level, because you don't have any impact when it's level.
Thank you. There are some, there's a lot to consider, but thank you for giving us that very valuable feedback. It's appreciated, and thank you for your time collectively. We will, however, need to keep moving. So the next person on the list is Angela. Am I right? Online. Welcome, Angela. You have 5 minutes, which needs to include question time if you wish questions.
Absolutely. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Wonderful. I was actually just typing to remove me from speaking because it sounds like you have an awful lot going on at the moment with question time. But I will just quickly say that I'm really grateful for the support and positive recommendation for the time-restricted car parking to be placed outside 226 Onipu Road. The positive effect on my business is measurable at about 40% decrease in turnover when parking is unavailable. So having this time restricted parking will be hugely beneficial. Also, keeping residential car parking in the evenings is fantastic on Onipu Road, as we have had quite a decrease to parking. So again, it would be really, really positive to keep those car parks. And that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you for that, and it's nice to hear feedback that the officers have done a really good job, and I know they actually we get that feedback, but it's always nice.
Absolutely.
So I don't know if there are any questions from the committee. No, thank you, and of course, Angela, even though we're pressed for time, everybody's feedback matters. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right, so might be a little bit ahead now. So we've got Katie Underwood and Carl Savage from the Greater Brooklyn Residents Association. So welcome to you too.
Testing.
How are you?
Morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you again today. I'm the chair of the Greater Brooklyn Residents Association, and Carl is the secretary who keeps me honest. Thank you for this opportunity. I know that you've all read our submission in depth and understand all the issues that our residents are faced with, so I'm only going to focus on the important points. We appreciate the council team members who came to our June AGM. Because of the concerns raised in this project, we had a number of people that we hadn't met before come along to our meeting, and some of those who we met at a previous stand at the Brooklyn Market also came along because we had a stand there telling people about this. The council staff members that came along did a really good job of presenting the proposal, and I must admit they actually put it in a format that was understandable. The traffic resolutions that come out are just gobbledygook. The printing is too small, nobody knows where S35692 to N14796 is, so that was appreciated. Having said that, the association does not feel that the council is really engaged with the residents of Ahero Road and the immediately adjacent streets as claimed in the proposal. No one we spoke to had been visited by the council officers, and only one person remembered receiving a flyer. At the council presentation, they explained there'll be 43 extra car parks on the street as part of the proposal. What was made clear at the presentation, which wasn't obvious before, was that these car parks were at least 400 to 500 metres away from the residents they are there to serve, and we believe this needed to be included in the proposal. We have concerns about the loss of parking and subsequent social connectivity, as visitors will no longer be able to park. There's no allowance made for tradies, for courier deliveries, for countdown to idle out there for 20 minutes, Woolworths, after they've delivered something. We did support BYLs or L bars outside those houses which had parking issues because their gates didn't look like it was a driveway. We do support BYLs on those areas of the road which are too narrow for cars to park safely and still have the 7,000 or so truck movements, the Island Bay, what do you call that thingy? People who come up from Island Bay who don't want to go through Island Bay.
South Coast Rat Run.
Yeah, that's right, the Rat Run. What we are concerned about is the removal of parking on the entire western side of a Hero Road, and we would like to see it a clear way between 9 to 5:30 or 8:30 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, and allow for weekend parking. We also believe that the council should provide some parking on the western side of a Hero Road, and there was disbelief at the officers' response when they told us that they couldn't possibly do this because the hillside might collapse. And we believe that this is a really classic example of postcode parking, because the council is busy providing parking on street for people in Karori when they're removing stuff to put the cycle lane in. But most of all, we think that the situation is quite a bit of hypocrisy. We agree the council does not want cars parking on the footpaths, which is great, but on the other hand, the council is quite happy to see e-scooters dumped all over the path throughout Wellington, which is a far more dangerous trip hazard barrier to those walking in wheelchairs or with prams. It's absolutely appalling. And so a few cars parked on a footpath is small beans compared to this, but we understand that some needs to go. Anyway, that was my rant.
Thank you, Katie and Carl. Other questions? I do have a little bit of time. Does the ward councillor have any questions? Or ward councillors? Deputy Mayor, perhaps.
Yeah, Katie, I just you were talking about engagement with the residents that live alongside. Council has been working on this for many months and maybe even over a year, I think. Are you saying the people that you engaged with didn't know about this? Yep.
We ran a stall and we submitted earlier in the year on this, but the only actual consultation with us was at the AGM. We would like to have been involved from the beginning.
I think, thank you.
Have I got that right? Yeah. Thank you.
One more question from Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora, Katie. I think it's fair point that when it comes to councillors, we didn't engage because it's not our role at that stage. But however, you are also saying that there was no engagement from officers' side as well, neither with the resident association nor with the residents.
The residents that we spoke to on 2 occasions, and we also leafleted the street telling them of the AGM, nobody had any recollection of any council officer coming to talk to them, and there was only one person that had a flyer, and for most people that we came across it was a shock, and their faces just dropped and they just looked really stressed.
So those are residents who live on the same street?
Who live on a Hero Road who are going to lose their on-street parking.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And it does acknowledge there's like 11,000 vehicles that go up and down daily through landfills and also coming through the southern suburbs to come into town. There are certain safety issues there, certainly, parking on the footpath, but there's also, due to that high volume of traffic, a large number of people. Even when I went out and did the fly drop in the rain, there were about 4 cars I walked past that had lost their wing mirrors, and that looked very recent. So that's vehicles, not necessarily just trucks going through. So yeah, possibly to delay this and just find a more nuanced solution rather than what's being proposed at the moment. That's what people want. They acknowledge the parking issues, but they want a more direct engagement rather than just an occasional bit of paper that gets lost in the red box.
Okay, well, you have given us some food for thought, and we can certainly ask officers for some feedback on your idea. All right, thank you. Right, so we'll move now to Martin Taylor. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the proposal for Appleton Terrace and Abbott Street. This is the first time I've ever made a submission, let alone speak to it. I want to acknowledge the work that's gone in, the huge amount of work that your committee has to consider. I was amazed to see 19 proposals. There's actually more issues involved with Appleton Terrace than just safe passage for emergency vehicles. We've got peak congestion, the half hour either side of school pick-up and drop-off times every day of the school year. We have 2 short-term parking spaces outside the school, which is woefully inadequate. I spoke to the school principal to ask if they'd made a submission. She said, oh, we looked at the proposal. There was no change outside the school, so we decided not to bother. There's limited parking areas elsewhere. If 33 parks are taken out in Abbott Street and Appleton Terrace, there's no extra parks in Colway Street, in Bombay Street, on Ottawa Road for parents or caregivers picking up or dropping off their children at school. Two-way traffic along Appleton Terrace and Abbott Street means that frequently at those peak times, cars have to back up to get into a parking space so that the oncoming traffic can negotiate their way through. We get gridlocks. As a resident of almost 30 years there, I've seen it so many times. What we do, we avoid those times because we can. And at other times of the day, couriers and other vehicles frequently speed along Appleton Terrace, Abbott Street to bypass the Nio village. I live in Appleton Terrace. We have a garage which is directly opposite what will be a parking space. That will mean we will no longer be able to get our car into or out of our garage. I spoke about this to an official who told me, no, we can't change the proposal because it has to go as proposed to the committee for consideration. So there's a separate process to get that sorted. So that's going to be out of kilter. First we found out about this proposal was when the flyer was dropped in our letterbox sometime mid-June. There was no engagement with the community, with the school. I would ask, and echoing the comments of the previous people, that that proposal be put on hold. This is more than just an individual issue. Yes, access for emergency vehicles is important, but let's engage with the residents, the school committee, the wider Nio community, and come up with something that's going to be enduring. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much for this. Of course, the prime importance is actually to get emergency vehicles through. So how would you suggest that we can actually do that and yet retain the car parks and retain those spaces?
I think that will require some more consultation, but perhaps making the road carriage one way would adjust some of that so that you're not having 2 lanes of traffic going by. Yeah, okay, perhaps some car parks have to go, but the way it's been proposed, for instance, some of the car parks proposed are in an area of Appleton Terrace where there's no footpath. For parents dropping kids off, that means where they're going to have to park out from the road so they can get their kids out of the car, cross the road and down. It needs to be looked at more carefully, engage with the community, and come up with a robust solution.
I've got a question after you. So
okay. So would you actually prefer to have a community engagement like we could have officers and councillors come out to one of the halls up there and discuss it with the locals?
That'd be great.
In preference to
the Union Church or the Town Hall, and involve and engage the school. I was so disappointed with the school principal's comment, and the other day I approached the school, sent an email to the school, the Board of Trustees, saying, when did you first hear about it? I've heard nothing back.
Can I just slip a question in, which was about your garage?
Thank you.
I was a bit puzzled that you said it's going to be harder to get in and out of your garage. I would have thought potentially easier with fewer cars on the road.
Because there will be fewer parks on Appleton Terrace and Abbott Street. Cars were, and the area opposite our garage on Plan 4 is a designated parking area. I know that when I can reverse out of our garage, and it's about an 8-point turn to get out, but I cannot drive into the garage when cars are parked on the opposite side of the road.
Okay, all right. I understand now. Thank you.
Sorry.
And thank you for your feedback. Yeah, obviously these are very complicated issues.
Yeah, and I think it needs time to be engaged with and come back with a proposal that's going to last.
Okay, thank you, Martin. And the last one before we have a small break is Bill. So welcome, Bill.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to support Martin's comments almost entirely. Like him, I'm the first time submitter and speaker here. I've lived in 41 Abbott Street for 37 years. During that time, I have never known an occasion when an emergency vehicle has been unable to get through. I'm aware of many occasions when an emergency vehicle has got through, and I suggest that the health and safety issues are somewhat overstated. However, there is definitely a parking problem or access problem on Abbott Street. This is because the school roll has more than doubled in the time there, and a lot of school support teachers and training teachers park on the street. And also the size of vehicles has increased with SUVs and utes for traders and the like. Talking specifically to some of the various places on there, and on the handout, the only place that I have actually experienced difficulty getting through with a 2.4 metre trailer is actually on the bit of Abbott Street, which is not shown on any of the plans. It is between Plan 2 and Plan 3. And I've included there a little Google photo of it. And that is where we've actually had to go and knock on doors to get someone to move an incorrectly parked, a not tidily parked vehicle. So I suggest that the traffic officers re-look at that bit of road. I measured it at 6.7, but that was in a strong wind and only me, and so that may not be quite correct. But it would only require another 5 or 6 parks being removed to fix that bottleneck, which is as bad as or worse than any of the other places that they are looking at. I do believe that too many parks are being removed, and in the answer to most of the suggestions that people have put forward have either been that it's out of scope or this is not according to the council's standing operating procedures. So I'd like to address that briefly in a little bit further. But more specifically, there's a 34-metre long restriction fronting numbers 31 and 35. I'm dubious whether that's needed at all. If it is found to be needed, I would suggest that the no parking is actually changed to the southern side of the road, where there are more garages and driveways, and so which are currently no parking, so there would be fewer car parks lost. Flipping to the other side of the handout, suggested changes to council SOPs. I have not been able to find the council's SOP for this. I don't know if it's published, so I am hypothesising looking at the plans. So I'd suggest that they are told to choose the side of the street that is going to result in the least loss of parking. SUVs are a big problem. The average size of a vehicle sold in Europe now is 1.8 metres wide, and there are SUVs coming along that are 2 metres wide. You allow 2 metres width for parking, and you're allowed to park, it's either 200 or you're allowed to park 300 mils from the curb. So legally parked SUVs will be encroaching onto the space that in a marginal street is needed for...
So, Bill, we do have one question which I can slip into your time if you'd like. And I think it's from Councillor Calvert. Sorry to interrupt, but I thought the question could be important. So, right. And we've got the writing in front of us to refer to.
Thank you, Bill. Obviously, there's a lot of detail to this, and you've been going into it. So, do you think it would be helpful? It's a sort of situation. Whilst you've got 2 local councillors who know the road, it would be useful for this committee to actually see it in situ.
Right.
You know, the proposed changes about what it actually means. Because it's not that we've all been out as a group. So just wondering from your perspective, do you think that would be helpful?
I think it might be. I would suggest that before you do that, the officers go back and remeasure some of the roads.
I mean, I think obviously there needs to be consultation, but us actually, whatever comes back.
I would think there needs to be more consultation. It massively does need to involve the school.
Yep. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. We are out of time, but thank you very much for that information and for the handout. Very useful. Thank you. All right, we are going to have a 10-minute break. Well, nearly 10 minutes. We'll be back at 10:45 promptly, please. We've still got quite a bit to get through. Thank you. So I'd now like to invite Adam and Charlotte Bradley online. Thank you, welcome, to speak to us about item 2.2. Welcome, Adam. Yeah, you're on if you'd like to be. Is he able to hear? Adam, are you able to hear us? Okay. It doesn't look like it, does it? I wonder if we need to come back. Adam, we're having problems contacting you, I think. Right, we may move on and see if we can resolve that. Someone might be able to get him on the phone. We'll go to Clara if she's here. Oh, he's just taken off his... Are you with us, Adam? Okay, great. Yeah, so welcome. You've got 5 minutes to talk to us about item 2.2.
Sorry guys, I think I'm with you now. Can you hear me all right?
That's okay.
Good morning. I'll read through quickly. My name's Adam Bradley. I live at 29 Abbott Street. And yeah, today I just wanted to speak on behalf of my family, several other families on the neighbourhood who actually solely rely on on-street parking. As we have no other alternatives, and yeah, we are concerned that the proposed changes are going to really significantly impact our lives and routines. Currently, the parking capacity on the streets fully utilised. As you've heard other people say from the school, you know, even from residents throughout the evenings and the mornings as well. And it makes it really challenging already to find parking close in a reasonable close distance to your house. And yeah, I guess the prospect of losing 33 extra spaces is quite daunting, especially with young children. Yeah, and we just wanted to ask questions around how the council, you know, considered safe and sensible approach to ensure that young families are supported and have the necessary access to carry out their daily activities practically and safely. Our house actually was involved in a development years ago, and the proposed off-street parking solution for our home was removed from the application, from the approved resource consent by way of amendment. And the council stated in the document of the amendment that there is sufficient space on the street for parking for this house, which is now being kind of conceded. With the council's stance on not requiring off-street parking for development projects, we are concerned about the additional strain on the parking with high density housing planning rules, and as well with the proposed developments of the church down the street, whenever that goes ahead. Yeah, I just guess to add to that, I have witnessed, you know, all three emergency services using Abbott Street, most notably fire engines attended a fire at 27 Abbott Street on the 13th of April 2022 and had to navigate through parked cars on both sides of the street. And, you know, rubbish trucks as well use it weekly without any issues. And I guess this needs, you know, highlights the need to consider that impact on the residents who kind of depend on it, as opposed to it just being a straight blanket change at the request of a concerned citizen. Yeah, and just in closing, how does the council plan to safeguard parking for those people who have no alternate options? You know, could there be a resident-only parking permit that prioritises people without off-street parking? What measures will the council take to ensure the safety and accessibility for young families with children? Yeah, I guess our request is that Option 1 of the summary table is chosen, and that no changes are made due to the concern of a large number of Abbott Street residents who will be significantly and negatively impacted by the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. We do have a question from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Adam. I just wanted to reiterate what you said about a fire engine coming down there on April the 11th. Did you say that it wasn't able to manoeuvre between the two lots of cars down there?
No, I mean, it got to the house perfectly. So, yeah, I mean, it parked up on the driveway kind of in the road. So other cars on the road couldn't use it at the same time. But I feel like if you're a motorist and you come across a fire in the middle of the road, it's not the end of the world. So yeah, it got past 2 lanes of parked cars easily. So, and I've got a photo which I can share, but sorry I didn't do that in the build up to this.
Yep, great. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Adam? Thank you, Adam. That's been useful. Thank you very much for coming. It's been
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. So thank you. We'll move now to Clara. I saw her. Welcome. What's that? Welcome, Clara. You have 5 minutes, which will go by quite quickly.
Quay councillors. My name's Clara. I have lived in Abbott Street for 34 and a half years. I used to work from home. As you can see, I recently had an accident which has meant that I've been homebound for the best part of 8 months. A long, slow recovery, but that's another story. And I feel that this proposal really disproportionately negatively affects the community who lives there. I'm assuming you've read my submission in which I go on about Ngaio School and the relationship we have with the school as a community. The reality is that it's 1 hour out of 24 on approximately 150 days of the year where this is potentially an issue. Now, having lived at Abbott Street for 34 years and worked from home, I can tell you that I've never ever heard a siren going on and on and on because they can't get through. Never. So it's never been an issue. I'm wondering where are your stats? Where is the reasoning?
Might have.
Well, I haven't touched it.
Oh.
It doesn't matter. It's on here, but it doesn't say.
Oh, okay. It's going through online, but as long as you're speaking up, as we can actually hear you.
Okay. It's never been an issue for us, as far as I can remember. So, of course, there's the odd incident during the day when large vehicles can't, take a long time to get through because they're manoeuvring between parked cars. But even just in the last few days when I've been out on a walk, I've taken photos of after school time, so when the drop-off is finished, and there's heaps of room. There's no double parking on around where we live, so it feels like this is an issue that is going to really affect my life personally. I've been really relying the last 8 months. I know what it's like to have people come and see me. If they can't park, if health professionals can't park, they can't come and see me. If they can't, am I going to have to call the neighbour every time for them to park in front of their garage? We don't have a garage, unfortunately, and it was an issue about, we looked at getting one on Road Reserve outside our property, but it was all going to be too expensive, so we instead, made a call, let's go down to 1 car. We only take up the space of 1 car. It's a small car, and you're going to take that away from us? Please, I know that it's about emergency vehicles getting through. I happen to have it on good authority that when fire trucks, which are the largest emergency vehicles, come to an event in Abbott Street, they always send 2, or in Appleton Terrace, they always send 2. They send 1 from Abbott Street and 1 from Appleton Terrace, and one of them will get through. And in the very, very rare event that they don't, they jump out of the vehicle and run to the address. So I know this from someone who works there. It's otherwise they use the main roads. So ambulances do get through. It's the fire trucks that I think you're probably worried about. Let's be reasonable about this and actually look at the facts and find out, is this actually an issue? Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Clara. You've mentioned about the fire engines, and of course fire engines only come rarely whenever there's fire. But what about the regular trucks, like the rubbish and the recycling trucks? Do they have any issues getting through?
not that I've noticed. So I know that where there's new flats gone up, it's particularly congested with the double parking. The street's quite narrow there. So I noticed it. I used to notice it. I'm not driving at the moment, but 8 months ago when I was driving, I did notice that I have to come slower up Abbott Street than I used to because you have to take more care. So I'm not saying that there isn't a challenge for those large vehicles, but if the argument is emergency vehicles can't get through, then I don't accept that. You know, in 34 years, I've never heard a siren persistently in those half-hour periods of drop-off and pick-up, because otherwise there is zero problem. So, you know, in terms of solving the issue, get the school on board, find out, you know, the community, bring the community and the school closer together and find out what we can do, because that's where the solution lies, in my view. I'm not saying that with the new developments and housing being put in other places, there isn't going to be an issue, but let's look at what the actual problems are and find solutions that work for the community too.
Okay, thank you, Clara. We are out of time, but
Thanks
thank you very much. Paul Hellier, welcome.
My name is Paul Hellier. I live at 37 Abbott Street, and I'm here to oppose the proposal TR 7824, and I do so because of the negative impact the removal of 33 car parking will have on the residents, the ratepayers of Abbott Street and Appleton Terrace. And that is because removing that many car parks will significantly and negatively impact us as residents. In particular, us at 37, because we have no off-street parking, as a number of other residents do. We are forced to park on the street, which we have been happy to do so for the past 30-odd years, and we've happily shared that car parking with the school, with neighbours, with friends, with relatives, with couriers, all of those people. It's been a share basis. And this will reduce that because the car parking will become a lottery and there'll be cars that will park there for long periods of time because of the short amount of or the reduced parking space. Like other submitters, I question the evidence that this is based on. There's been none presented of significant incidents where fire or ambulance have been impeded from coming to Abbott Street or Appleton Terrace. In fact, one of the previous submitters said that one did get through recently when there was an actual fire. So there is no evidence being presented by the council officers why this is justified. There's no submissions from FENS, from the Fire and Emergency Service, and none from St John's to say that this is a problem for them. We know they do have solutions because this is a problem for other parts of Wellington, and so that they have got the means. So I don't think this is a problem. Not a significant one where you are going to so much negatively impact people by reducing the number of car parking for young children, has been said previously, and for residents, those that are unwell and so forth. I take umbrage at what a comment the council officer made to my submission, where they said that on the street parking, which is what we rely on a public road, should not be considered as a right for any property owner, as this land is a public asset for public use and benefit and not solely to serve individual property owners. We are not seeking to have private use of car parking. We want to share it with everybody on Abbott Street and Appleton Terrace, as we have done. And it is not about us trying to reserve car parking for ourselves and to deny others the right to park there, which is what this proposal was doing. I oppose this proposal and I urge the council to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? No, you've been very clear. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you. We'll move now to Conan if he's here. Online, maybe? You're here. Lovely. Welcome.
Is there a PowerPoint?
Yeah. It's coming.
There it is. Thank you. Conan Hunt from 18A Tyne Street in Island Bay. I'm here to talk about fire and emergency access into Tyne Street with no compromise. Where's the button? Fens have a regular advertising campaign about responsible parking in streets, such as, are we getting through? Please park responsibly. If we can't get past, we can't save lives. I've had a personal experience of this in Lower Hutt with a house fire. I know that every second counts to save property and lives. Another one is, can we get to you in emergency? If we can we fit down your street? In Tyne Street, this is similar with cars parked on both sides. It has now been proven that fire appliances cannot access Tyne Street when cars are parked on both sides. I undertook this personally. I got a fire appliance to come up Tyne Street and do the test to see whether that could actually happen. Lots of residents always said, yeah, it could happen. That can always get past everything else. So I actually got a fire appliance to come and do the test. The result was it could not fit between two cars. During my submission, council asked for the same test to be undertaken. This is a picture of the fire appliance with the vehicles. At the time that the fire appliance arrived, there was no car, the white car, on the south side of the street. The fire appliance actually went up the street with no problem. When it turned around in my driveway, I asked the fire appliance if he was here to do the test. He said yes. Would he want me to park my car to simulate the test? He agreed, and I parked my car, the white car, where he asked it to be parked. And as you can see, there's no access for a fire appliance to come back down the street in that instant or up the street. So the result was no, he couldn't. That officer has submitted an email stating that exactly that a fire appliance couldn't, and recommending that the yellow lines go all the way down the south side of Tyne Street for a couple of reasons. If you have a look at the satellite photo, which you can't actually see because the thing's in the way, but this is a snapshot of Tyne Street. I'll just zoom in on it. So this is a snapshot of Tyne Street, the entrance to Tyne Street, where at a snapshot in time, the Google Earth has taken this snapshot with two vehicles, one parked on either side. You can put the measurement on Google Earth, you can do this yourself. The measurement between there is only 2.43 metres wide, which is not wide enough, which backs up the two tests that were undertaken with the fire appliance. So I believe that there should be no parking on the south side of Tyne Street from the intersection all the way up. This is critical for emergency access into Tyne Street. I don't believe there should be any compromise to access for parking. There's no problem with parking in Tyne Street. On the north side of Tyne Street, there are plenty of parks. Again, snapshot of time by Google Earth, you can see that in Tyne Street there's 21 residents. 18 of them already have off-street parking, multiple off-street parks, more than one. Only 3 do not have off-street parking, so that leaves plenty of parking for on the north side. Also, there's only one entrance to Tyne Street, so if the fire appliance or emergency vehicle can't get through the entrance, they can't get to Tyne Street. There's no other way in. So if you look at the parks, these are all the parks up the north side, snapshot in time, 6 of them are taken with cars. There still leaves 9 parks available for 3 residences' car parks. There's no problem with parking in Tyne Street. It just means that you might have to move up from your residence to park a little bit. That's all I have today. If you've got any questions.
Thank you. That's very useful. You said there was only 2.43 metres for the fire truck, but do you know what their minimum requirement actually is?
I think that's 2.55, I think.
Okay, we'll check that with our officers. Okay.
I just know because I've had two tests. I was there for both of them, and neither times could the fire appliance get through.
Okay.
So, and that
So obviously we're addressing a lot of this through what's proposed, but what you're saying is there's one car park that's been agreed to be retained,
Yeah,
and you want us to ask officers again about that.
Yeah, the problem with that one car park where it is actually when a fire appliance turns into, it's part of the turning circle for a fire appliance to go into Tyne Street. So people look and go 6.9 metres wide. Oh, ultimately the cars are parked perfectly, and therefore, and even if they were, they still wouldn't get past in this case. But even with that car park there, with the fire appliance having to turn into Tyne Street, he's got to have a turning angle. Fire appliance is very long, and to turn into Tyne Street, he would need to go through where that proposed car park is anyway.
Okay, we can ask officers about that. I know they have done some measurements.
Absolutely.
I don't know how much more time we've got for questions, but I will allow this one. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Good question to you, Conan. You said there are about 23 residents in that area. I hope you got a chance to talk to them, and what is their, hopefully this is
so when I started this, we actually went around every resident, we went to every house to start the petition, and the first petition that was supplied, there was a great majority of people what were in favour of lines all the way down the south side. So that's have a look at the initial petition. Since that petition's come out, there's obviously been a lot of jockeying in the street for support. My response is there should be no compromise for the health and safety of the street.
Okay,
for
Colin,
one car park.
I might have to just leave that as your final point, but you have made it very clearly. Thank you. Right, so Sharon Newman, I'd like to invite you up. Again, speaking about Tyne Street.
You just, in the Abbott Street traffic resolution, we're allowing 2.9 metres for emergency vehicles.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's useful. Thank you. Sharon, welcome.
Hi. My name's Sharon Newman, and I've owned and lived at the property at 10 Tyne Street since December 1996, so that's 28 years. This is my feedback regarding TR 85-24 Tyne Street, Island Bay, no stopping at all times. I oppose the proposal for the following reasons. I've lived on the street for 28 years and there's never been an issue with access. There is no problem. The majority of residents oppose the proposal. Feedback provided to the Council dated 8th of January 2024 noted that a significant number of the residents in the street rescinded their original support. Of the initial 16 residents that supported the proposal, 11 residents withdrew their support, with 10 remaining. The street has a minimum of 30 residents across 17 residencies. 10 people supporting it is far lower than the 50% threshold required for the community deliberation. The proposal does not have the support of the community and lacks the appropriate level of support. Specifically, the 50% support needed to be presented to Council for consideration, as per Council's own email from Kieran Love dated 22nd of June. In fact, my elderly neighbour was given incorrect information by the submission holder. He was told incorrectly I was pro-yellow lines, and he chose to be pro-yellow lines based solely on the misinformation. The residents with concerns, or the one household that is driving this proposal, didn't talk with their neighbours. This should have been the first step. It would have been reasonable and less officious to have worked out an agreement rather than the persistent stance of asking Council to take action. The Wellington City Council explicitly promotes face-to-face meetings, consultation and collaboration. This was not at any time proposed as a reasonable and inclusive first step by anyone with concerns about vehicular access. None of the residents opposing the proposal were invited to the test runs conducted by FENZ, nor were the results of these test runs provided to all the residents. Again, that should have been a first step. There's no evidence that Tyne Street parking restricts access or is in any way unsafe. Vehicles and trucks can access Tyne Street, including weekly rubbish and recycling trucks who reverse up the street with no issue, and removal trucks. My husband is a tradesman and we own what I would call a substantial four-wheel drive and trailer which can easily access the street. As recently as Monday, an ambulance made it up Tyne Street and parked on the right-hand side of the street. Photos of this were submitted to the Council on Monday for today's Regulatory Processes Committee. The current community parking arrangement is effective at keeping south sides of the street clear for vehicular access. Yellow lines are not needed. This is an example of over-regulation for the sake of regulation. We're looking for a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. The full list of proposals for today's committee meeting, including the Tyne Street proposal, was only sent the day before the deadline to register to speak. This is not a suitable amount of time to prepare. This is not the first time that council's made errors with this submission. The proposal's been going backwards and forwards for the last 12 months. This has cost the ratepayers time and money. The yellow lines are not required. There's an effective community arrangement already in place and the minimum standard for support has not been reached. I ask that no more of the council's time and money is spent and that the proposal is cancelled. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
We do have one from Councillor Calvert.
Sure.
You just made a comment then about you'd only just received notification of this. So in terms of this coming to committee, were you advised?
So on the 1st of August, last Thursday, we got an email from council saying that this would be taking place today, and when we went through the actual proposal for Tyne Street, the feedback was omitted from, so the feedback wasn't on the list of submissions, so we had to write to Sophie Dobbs and ask for that. I think it was on Tuesday evening we got it. So we received it on Tuesday evening. That was all of the residents who had provided feedback. We got that after 5 o'clock on Tuesday evening. So we had to read that Tuesday and Wednesday to prepare for today.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I guess I didn't have many questions about the engagement. I can understand your concerns about that. I guess from someone who's about to make a decision on this, I feel like I've been presented reasonably compelling evidence that on 2 occasions a fire emergency vehicle did try and get through the road where 2 cars could legally be parked, and they failed to do so. And I guess from the organisation that's accepting the liability of if a fire truck wasn't going to be able to get through, I guess, did you have any sort of feedback about the evidence that was just presented in terms of if there were 2 legally parked cars there?
Yes, because on Monday an ambulance made it up the street and I went out onto the street and took pictures of it and sent them to Sophie to give to you people for today to show that an ambulance can get up the street.
Yeah, any, I guess, response to a fire truck in particular?
I've seen it myself. Fortunately, we haven't had many times where a fire truck has had to come up the street, but living there for 28 years, we did on one occasion when I was home have a fire truck, a police and an ambulance come to one of the residencies and they managed to get up the street. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are actually out of time, but thank you, Sharon. And apologies that there was that clerical slip up, but we hope we got it to you. It's with some notice anyway. So Tim.
Thank you, and kia ora koutou. I'm Tim Cleary. I live at 15 Tyne Street. I have done so for 30 years or so, or not quite. Tyne Street, like a lot of Wellington, is one of those classic character streets that go up a valley. The road gets narrower and narrower, but people get by as much as they can. There's no exception with emergency vehicles in my 28 years there. I've never seen a problem. I've been working from home for 3 years and have never seen a problem. I will come to my neighbour Mr Hunt's trials with the Fens appliance soon. But if I could just say I concur with the presenter Sharon Newman that yellow lines seem to be a solution looking for a problem here, and that if Tyne Street is to have yellow lines, then many other streets in Wellington must, because I'm sure that this committee will approach the issue in a principled way and not just fix one little street and a myriad of others where appliances may have not the required clearance to operate at a swift, let's say 30 k's an hour speed, but with care can get past parked cars. I oppose the proposal. I don't oppose it because parking will be lost. I oppose it because there's no evidence of a significant risk, And with respect to the council's officials, it's not a significant public risk to say that Tyne Street is currently under. I would say COVID-19 is a significant public risk that needs steps taken, but fire trucks on Tyne Street is not that. If yellow lines are put in, what will happen is that people will speed up. And we know this because Beach Street has just had yellow lines put in. Beach Street is a conduit to Tyne Street. Now, where we live on the south side of Tyne Street, there's no footpath. And so you go from your entrance to the property straight onto the road. If there's a yellow line within a couple of feet, I think it's inevitable, and I've seen it, that cars will speed up because they rest assured that there's no cars in place. And coming into Tyne Street, the parked cars actually provide a traffic calming mechanism, and they don't obstruct. There's no problem with access. The trial run by my neighbour was done at his insistence, and I recall seeing it. I recall seeing the Fenza plants further up the valley, and I recall seeing a white car parked some distance out from the curb. I don't think there has been much science applied here to the risk for residents in Tyne Street. If there is a substantial risk, it will apply, as I say, to many, many other streets in Wellington. Yellow lines are not the answer, but community involvement is. We live in a fairly close-knit community, and it was similar hearing the submissions from Abbott Street that it would be really good to have a community-led solution if one or other neighbour has a problem with risk, that it's not to put in a regulated approach such as yellow lines. And if I could just finish with this, which is, as I say, I have no problem with losing parks because people don't park on the south side anyway. They use their common sense and they park on the side of the street where everyone parks. But the thing is, it would be illegal anyway to park if your car is obstructing others, and that's from the Road User Rules 2004. I know this because I deal with risk as part of my work, and the picture shown by my neighbour, Mr. Hunt, would in itself have led to possible liability for the person who parked there. But as I say, there's no problem with access, and the trials that were run by FENS were not done objectively, certainly not involving others in the community, and we don't accept the results. The station officer...
So John, if you could just make one or two final points, that would be great.
I'll wrap up, but essentially we would like the committee to decide this on the evidence rather than one or other residents' strong insistence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think we have basically run out of time, but we do thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your points that you've made. Sorry, that was Tim, not John. We're moving now to John McCartan, if he's available online.
Morena. My name is John McCartan. I'm a resident owner of 5 Tyne Street, Island Bay. Unfortunately, I'm currently in the US on a short work trip, so I'm unable to deliver this in person, but I appreciate the effort that you've gone to ensure that I can do this over the internet. Firstly, I just want to say as as an ex-senior engineer at Apple and specialist in 3D geometry and graphics, I would like to point out that the previous feedback using measurements from Google Earth are not 100% reliable and shouldn't be considered. The dates also on those images were not provided for the satellite image capture and also cannot be considered current. Regardless, I oppose the proposal with the following 3 justifications, with the first justification being it lacks adequate community support. So echoing what Sharon said before, as in our joint submission regarding TR 1624 and reiterated in my earlier submission regarding TR 7024, the proposal lacks the appropriate level of community support, specifically the 50% support needed to be presented to Council for consideration as per a Council email from Karen Love. It was recognised by the Council that prior proposal TR 7024 did not follow the appropriate public consultation process as per a Council email from Tommy Wilson dated 19th of April, due to identified officer errors and incomplete information. As a consequence, proposal TR 8524 states that 11 withdrew their support with 10 remaining. The street has a minimum of 30 residents with 10 people in support. This is far lower than the 50% threshold required for the Council's deliberation. So second justification, issues with the consultation process. As noted earlier, the Council recognised that the prior proposal, TR 7024, did not follow the Council's public consultation process by omitting critical public feedback, which was then included with TR 8524. Additionally, the communication regarding this meeting omitted prior public feedback, corrected later via a Council email from Sophie Dobbs dated 6th of August. The email to respondents regarding this meeting was sent a week before taking place. The full list of proposals, including the Tyne Street proposal, was only sent the day before the deadline to register intent to speak. This is not a suitable amount of time to prepare, and why I'm speaking as an individual rather than as a group. How the public has been engaged and the proposal has not met the high standards the WCC sets for itself. We have seen a very short time frame, omitted feedback and delayed information. This has prevented residents from being properly prepared and heard. Justification 3, current community agreements are effective. The proposal's primary stated justification is that emergency vehicles cannot easily access the road. However, we have a standing community parking arrangement to not park on that south side of the street, and this has been effective at keeping the south side clear, allowing large vehicles, including emergency vehicles, to regularly access all properties. And the vehicles on the south side are generally only momentarily parked, taxis, deliveries, and contractors. It is important to those residents on the south side to protect this occasional access. This arrangement is in the spirit of Kahihiti Ki Te Kanohi, excuse me, which Greater Wellington actively promotes. The effectiveness of our arrangement was in evidence just last week when an ambulance was able to access our property to care for my sick mother-in-law. In summary, Tyne Street is a small community along a cul-de-sac. We care for each other's children and look out for each other in times of need. The street is not a thoroughfare. The population is unchanging. The current arrangement has been effective, and this street has been in place for over 100 years. This proposal is unsupported unnecessarily and has been improperly executed. Thank you.
Thank you. Pawiwi Kelly has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it Ian?
This is John.
Oh, John. Oh, kia ora, John. Do you have another solution other than the yellow lines?
Well, we could go for controlled parking potentially, where we have areas where we have denoted parking spots. We could have potentially a timed parking system or something like this. My house, are the only people that don't have, one of the only few people that don't have off-street parking. We actually only have one vehicle, and so parking isn't really a big problem for us. We generally cycle as much as we possibly can. So controlling parking in some other way rather than those yellow lines would be, I think, also effective.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just slip in a quick one. Are you aware, though, that everyone talks about ambulances, but fire engines are increasingly coming for medical emergencies? So we do need to think about fire engines.
I just want to note as well, the images that were in the slides before showed a fire engine beyond the parked cars, so it obviously managed to access the upper part of the street.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think it did initially, and then there was a car. But I've got another question from, I think it's Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. We had another speaker who suggested, or who referenced NZTA guidelines, and I just wondered, given that we've got so many streets like this around Wellington, that maybe the response is a simple courtesy sign that we could put up, reminding people, not to park against somebody else if there's if it's going to restrict certain width. So I'm just wondering, any views you may have on doing something like that, so it's self-regulated.
That'd be great. I mean, I think the occasions when a car has parked on the south side have usually been visitors from other streets. They're usually unfamiliar cars. So putting a courtesy sign up may be helpful to remind those people visiting Tyne Street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. We are out of time, but the feedback has been helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've now got Ian Hollings. Ian, welcome. Speaking this time on Kenya Street.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you. I'm a resident of Kenya Street. I oppose this for many reasons. A lot of it is about the process. I feel really sorry for you to have to try and make a decision on a safety issue with such a poor traffic resolution. There's no background information or reason behind it. There is no downsides listed in here, and there's no other options listed in the TR. However, I found in the agenda that there was one other option apparently considered, doing nothing, which is not acceptable. The background to this, it goes back decades that we've been trying to slow down traffic in the top end of Kenya Street. Kenya Street's 500 metres long, about 9 metres wide the whole street, but the top 150 metres is 3 very tight corners with no visibility around the corner, and a lot of places it's less than 40 metres that you can see ahead. If you're travelling more than 35 miles an hour, kilometres an hour, you can't see, you can't stop within that 40 metres. But because of that, the City Council have put a 35 kilometre hour speed advisory for those corners. But then they ignored it. They put a couple of signs up after a petition from the in 2015 from the residences. A TR was put forward to remove those parks, but it was removed by the chair because it was so poor. It was actually almost exactly the same traffic resolution being used here. They repeated it in 2016. The council, the officers had promised to do things before they resubmitted it, promised it to the residents. They failed to deliver on those promises. They delivered another one. The chair, then the councillor, refused to remove it a second time, but luckily the CEO did. We had a street meeting. I'm telling you this because this is it's a bad culture of misrepresentation. One of the reasons that was withdrawn was they misrepresented the feedback to the previous committee. So we had a street meeting with the officers and about 15 of the residents, and we came up then and there with some solutions. They were implemented without going through this committee. Don't know how that worked. They were hugely successful. They included things that this TR didn't consider. Yellow centre lines instead of standard ones, flexible bollards and level medians to separate traffic. Really effective. From 2016 when it was put in until the Nio Connections project they did a great thing by putting speed humps up in Nio Gorge Road, but they removed all the other traffic safety measures that were put in 2016. No complaints in the old one. Now there's complaints in this. And they come up with one solution, remove the car parks. I'm not too fussed about the car parks, except it does mean they've already, in the Nio Connections, removed 66% of the car parks in Kenya Street. This is another 5. The top part of Kenya Street is got by far more no off-street parking. It's really concerning. I'm not going to get it through the 5 minutes, but I will be placing a formal complaint to the CEO about the lack of the poor consultation process, and I've heard the previous ones. I 100% agree. They don't. If you make a submission, you don't get an email with the response. I only got it yesterday. And there's things in there that the other three submissions, people who submitted to this, don't know that there were officers' responses, and some of the information in those responses are factually incorrect. They don't have the opportunity to rebut it. I do, but I'm not because I don't have time. But the main thing is you've been asked to make decisions on stuff. They should have told you about the 35 speed advisory things. They should have told you about the previous TRs. They should have told you that in the Nio connections, they measured the speed in Kenya Street right on the start of the 35 speed advisory as 85th percentile was 46 kilometres an hour. And then they had a comment, which is okay because the speed limit is 50. 700 pages in 6 documents, they didn't.
I will need to ask you just to make one final point.
You can read it. You can read it.
Thank you. We will. Thank you very much. Okay. Right. So we now have a break at 1:45. So we will be back promptly at 1:45 because we've scheduled one. Right, we are about... So we're going to start with our first paper. Our first item of general business is 2.1 Thorndon Quay pedestrian crossings. So I would like to acknowledge Siobhan sitting here with me at the table, and I welcome her to introduce this report. Oh, Brad, okay. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Kia ora, councillors, and thank you, Madam Chair. Today there's a paper in front of you regarding the pedestrian crossings on Thorndon Quay. Thorndon Quay is a project that is currently in flight in construction, and we were requested to look at the pedestrian crossings on Thorndon Quay. The paper provides 3 options for councillors to consider. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I do have members of our design team as well as safety engineers here to support me as well.
Councillor Kelly, Pauiwi Kelly.
Just very quickly, if we were to go with the recommendation before us, how much savings will it make?
The recommended option in the paper actually doesn't provide any savings. It's additional cost because we're recommending to continue as planned.
Yeah.
Are you asking, do you want to ask a slightly different question, Pauiwi Kelly? Are you wanting to ask a slightly different question, like if we were to go with what I'm proposing to put up, would there be a cost saving or?
Yeah, that was my question.
Yeah.
That's the one that's in front of us.
The amendments. So if we were to go with the amendments, there would be some saving. I'd need to do some quick maths to try and figure out how much we would save.
I think if we were to go with the one I've put up, it'd be a small saving or cost neutral.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, Councillor Chung and then Councillor Calvert.
Great, thanks very much, Brad. I'm very interested to know what surveying we've actually done to find out how many people actually cross the road at Gunner City, because I come in that way every day and I've never seen anyone cross there.
Yeah, so the pedestrian counts on Thorndon Quay were affected quite a bit over the COVID period in terms of us getting accurate data. So the only data that we have is the data in the Q&A document, which is out of the single stage business case.
Yes.
Okay, so if we were not to proceed with the crossing at Gun City, do you think that anyone getting off the bus there or wanting to cross the road to get on the other side would go down to the next pedestrian crossing rather than run across? I mean, it's a speculation, I know.
Speculation, yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Calvert.
I'm not sure who this is from the chair or from officers, but just in terms of the raised safety platforms, just now only outside 2 pedestrian crossings, or remove them. Was there any? What was the rationale between just having those 2, or is that a politician's one, not a officer's one?
So I think that is in the political realm, and we will explain that when we come to it.
Okay, I'm just getting confused, sorry.
But you can ask questions.
Yeah, so just in terms of installing the crossings, because they are signalised and because there's a slower speed down that whole road.
I see.
I'm pretty sure, is there? Okay. Well, most times you travel down 30 anyway. Just with whether we should still be going ahead with raised platforms given the recent advice coming out of NZTA?
I think there's 2 elements at play here. So the first element is the advice that we've received from NZTA is around funding. NZTA have indicated to us that their funding advice is very different from their best practice guidance and design advice. So whilst they've indicated that they wouldn't fund it because it's been called out in the GPS, that they wouldn't fund the raised safety platforms, in essence, it's still a safety issue and it's still part of the NZTA guidance in terms of
I think you're going to ask some questions on that. Okay, I'll leave that. Yeah.
We can come back to you, and I have got a list. It's Councillor McNulty, Councillor Abdurrahman, I've just seen Councillor Randall's hand, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, just in terms of, I was trying to get the exact number, but obviously the Let's Get Welly moving, we're working from about pedestrian counts of 2,000, but that's not broken down about where or different parts of the corridor. We just have one aggregate picture, that's correct?
Yeah.
So in terms of where the amended substantive has chosen to retain some crossings, is there any data that we have to validate that those are the most logical or most unsafe places?
No, we wouldn't have any data associated with that. It would be conjecture at best.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just ask a quick question there, because I looked at the safety audit report and it did actually call out the raised crossing at near the Co-Kids site as mitigating an issue with an unsafe, with a driveway and a change in levels?
Yes, and I can answer that. So that was a direct response in the safe system assessment due to concerns raised by Mr. Piper, who runs the facility, around the initial design. And so we raised it at the safe system assessment to particularly focus on that location, and that's why that particular location was called out. It influenced our design at that location, and we changed the design based off the safe system assessment report.
So would you then say that that one probably did have some extra reason to have a raised crossing, a raised platform there?
I would suggest that at Co-Kids you do have vulnerable users. You've got children that would be using that pedestrian crossing, but all the other pedestrian crossings that have been punted also have users that will be using them, whether that be the elderly, whether that be the blind. Every single pedestrian crossing out of the 5 raised ones did have a reasoning as to why we wanted to look at the safety impacts of that crossing.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll return to the list. I inserted myself. So after Councillor McNulty, it's Councillor Abdurrahman.
First question is, the assumption in the long-term plan is NZTA will be funding this. What that means, is that an amendment to annual plan, or how that going to be funded if the funding is not included in the long-term plan?
So
if it's not funded through the LTP, how that funding is going to be impacted because NZTA withdraw the funding?
I can answer that. So the way that it works is that there's still funding in the capital project for this, so you just pay for it from that CapEx. What will be impacted is the revenue that comes in from NZTA, so we'll have lesser revenue than was accounted for in the LTP, so you'd have to fund that portion through additional debt.
So that means we'll have impact on other CapEx?
No, it'll essentially net off your OPEX line, but it will be just funded through debt, just like CapEx would be.
Okay. My second question is, I think Councillor McNulty touched it a little bit. Out of the 5, if you have to choose 2, do you think those 2 are the one? If not, which one would be?
Councillor, I can't really answer that question. The project's been through a significant design process, safe system assessments, and this is what has come through that process. I think it would be irresponsible of me to pick and choose pedestrian crossings at this juncture.
Right back into the political world. All right, so Councillor Randall, then Councillor Calvert, Councillor McNulty, and looks like it's Councillor Chung and Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I mean, I note in paragraph 47 that the deciding factor of the analysis is the need for pedestrians to cross 4 lanes of traffic at an average speed of 40 kilometres an hour. Yeah. Are there really 4 lanes of traffic?
Correct. With the design layout, there'll be 4 lanes of traffic.
But aren't 2 of the lanes part-time bus lanes, and at any one time only one of them is running, so therefore there's only a maximum of 3 lanes that are operating?
I think when you undertake a design, you undertake the design for all considerations, and you wouldn't necessarily just be designing for specific times of the day, and designing to the lowest common denominator.
So at what time of the day will there be 4 lanes of traffic operating?
I might ask Greg Murchison to join me at the table.
Hi everyone. I think you know me. I'm the lead designer, I suppose, for the project. So to follow up on Brad, the guidance around raised platform crossings is when there are more than 2 lanes of traffic to cross. So if there are 3 lanes of traffic to cross, basically because there are 2 in one direction, that can cause additional obstruction of pedestrians waiting to cross the road and things like that behind particularly large vehicles like buses. So in the current layout, in the current approved design, at no time is there 4 lanes of traffic operating, but there are more than 2 lanes of traffic operating, and that is the guidance that we've followed.
Okay, and so you count a bus, so when neither bus lane is operating, both sides are available for parking, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so you're counting a bus lane with professional drivers in it as a lane of traffic in terms of the safety issue?
Buses are traffic, yes.
Okay. In doing this, got one more question, sorry. In doing this assessment, you're reliant on this guidance that's been issued in April by NZTA?
That guidance supports our current position, that is the appropriate type of crossing to use.
Are you aware that guidance is still in draft?
I think it was issued last week as issued, as published.
Well, it's still in draft on the website, so and they're still inviting submissions from the public on it, so...
Okay. What I'll say to that, and we did have some notice that you were going to ask this question, was that it was put together by a lot of professional engineers, this project, that they approached the safety of pedestrians as one of the key factors of the project. The 5 key factors of the project was to increase safety and amenity. That this solution responds to that key factor of the project, key investment factor of the project, that the engineers or the people from Waka Kotahi who put together that guidance were part of our technical advisory group through the development of the project, and so they were guiding technically those outcomes, and that array safety platform crossings have been considered high-end safety engineering practice for some time before that guidance came out.
Okay, I'll go back on the list, thanks.
We're up to Councillor Calvert. Again, do you want to defer? Yeah, okay. Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, just in regards to the Garden City crossing, can you just give us a summary of what works have been completed so far, and should 2A go through, you know, what's the ease of future works if demand justifies it at a later point?
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I've been out there. So the majority of the traffic signal ducting has been completed. So a lot of the underground works have been completed and the traffic signal ducting put in. That's the extent that we've got to. That's the majority of the sort of difficult, expensive work, I suppose. And then we start to get out of the ground shortly.
So
it's underway now.
Do we know, because I think it was in the paper about the saving, but does that saving, that's just sort of like the residual budget left over, that saving that we've got in the paper?
That's effectively, I understand, the cost of the asphalt.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. Now, you've got 5 crossings planned for Thorndon Quay, over a space of 1.7 kilometres. Can you tell me about, are there any other roads in Wellington where you have so many crossings in such a short space or sort of distance?
I don't believe there is.
Okay, so then my question is that if we say look at Lambton Quay, for example, where we have thousands of people sort of walking down there every day, and we compare that to Thorndon Quay, where there's significantly less, is the reason why we're actually looking at Thorndon Quay because it's a main arterial route and the average speed of cars is actually greater than there would be in Lambton Quay?
No, I would suggest that Lambton Quay is part of the Golden Mile project, and there'll be changes to Lambton Quay as well. One of the investment objectives for Thorndon Quay and one of the primary investment objectives for Thorndon Quay was to increase pedestrianisation. And if you're increasing pedestrianisation, you need to provide safe crossing facilities for people to be able to cross multiple lanes of traffic.
Okay, can I follow?
Sorry, I've been trying to focus slightly on the amendment. Yes, you may have another one.
Okay. Right, so going back to increasing the pedestrian volume in Thorndon Quay, how are we going to do this? We need to encourage businesses to go down there, don't we? So how do we actually increase pedestrians in that area?
Well, a big part of increasing pedestrianisation is producing the infrastructure for pedestrians to use, and that's what we've been doing at Thorndon Quay, is producing the infrastructure for pedestrians to be able to use safe pedestrian infrastructure.
Okay, I think that's
great. Thank you.
Been answered, so we'll move to the Deputy Mayor. That's all right. And after that, it's Councillor Rogers, Pauiwi, Kelly, and I think, did I see your hand up? No.
Yeah, I just want to understand how, if we remove the pedestrian crossing from the location close to the ferry terminal, what will be the next opportunity to cross at a pedestrian crossing or get off on a bus stop close to the what's the next closest opportunity to cross the road?
I think that's in the paper. I think it's 700 metres away. There's one 500 and one 700 metres away.
Okay, thank you. One more question, thanks, Chair, if that's okay. Just have we got research data on how raised pedestrian crossings are reducing safety issues across the nation?
It does exist. I'm not certainly an expert in what's going on, and
can we ask Jonathan to speak to that?
We might ask Jonathan Kennett to just respond to that one.
Thank you.
Hi, yes, there's data from around the world that's been pulled together in a scientific paper recently, which shows the likely survival rate of pedestrians being hit by vehicles at different speeds. And what it shows is, it's a little bit complicated, but I'll keep it as simple as possible. It shows that at 30 kilometres an hour, the survival rate of pedestrians is 95%, as opposed to at 59 kilometres an hour, sorry, that's not a nice easy number, but 59 kilometres an hour, the survival rate is 50%.
Thank you. We'll move to Councillor Rogers.
I guess I wanted to clarify something you talked about earlier in terms of the directives that you've received from NZTA. I guess in terms of formal directives from people whose role it is to analyse the safety benefits and the way that we design roads, have we received a formal directive that it would be inappropriate to continue installing raised crossings on Thorndon Quay?
No.
And then I guess the other thing that I was interested in was, we have talked a lot about the safety benefits of raised crossings, but are there other benefits that come with raised crossings? I'm thinking particularly in terms of the accessibility of a space.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. And Greg, you're probably better suited to answer this, but yeah, from an accessibility perspective, you can just imagine trying to get off a footpath, down a grade, onto a crossing, and then back up. Having it all on one level does make it a lot more accessible.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is actually Pawiwi, Liz Kelly.
I think you might have answered these, but I'll just ask it again. Essentially, what I was looking for was you when you were talking about Waka Kotahi pulling the funding, and you just spoke too fast, so I didn't catch exactly why they did it. But I got that they still believe that even though they're not going to fund it now, they still want us to follow their guidelines. Was that the gist of what you're saying?
Yeah, in general. So the government policy statement calls out raised pedestrian crossings and basically says that the government wouldn't like to see raised pedestrian crossings being used. NZTA are fulfilling that by not funding raised pedestrian crossings anymore.
So hang on. So the government is saying they don't want us to do it.
The minister said it.
Yes, it's in the government policy statement.
But Waka Kotahi, who looks after the road, is telling us that we do need to do it, that's the safest option.
They're telling us it's the safest option, it's best practice, but that they won't fund it if we do it.
Leaving us in a very difficult position.
So it's do as I say, but not as I do. Thank you.
Yeah,
no wonder I got confused.
It is a very difficult position for us. I want to ask about speed. So when we first discussed this paper back in August last year, we talked about a 30k speed limit for this area. We did not pass a resolution for that because we thought it would be tackled through a bigger picture look through the speed management system that we were thinking of. I noticed, however, the safety audit does assume a 40k speed. But we will have a 50k limit technically. So in the light of that, how important is it that we do have some speed humps, or not speed humps, raised platforms?
So when the safe system audit was done and when the designs were being created, there needed to be an assumption as to what would the likely speed limit be of Thorndon Quay via the speed management plan. Because the speed management plan hadn't been produced yet, we were working off what we thought would happen through the speed management plan. That was somewhere between 30 and 40 kilometers per hour. That obviously hasn't happened, so the speed limit has remained at 50 kilometers an hour. Jonathan's just given you data in terms of what would happen if someone were struck by a vehicle at 50 kilometers an hour. And so that makes reducing the speeds via traffic calming measures like raised platforms all the more important for pedestrian safety, because the speed limit on the road is not what we initially suspected it would turn to.
Yeah, thank you. I'll get back. That again puts us another thing that putting us in a rather difficult position. Okay, so going back to Councillor McNulty and then Councillor Rogers and Councillor Calvert. Okay.
Just curious, do we have any data, whether locally, internationally, around the number of light runnings you get with signalised crossings?
I'm sure someone's got something somewhere. I'd have to look up and try and find that for you.
Thank you for that. We're on to Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, mine was a follow-up to some of the data around safety. And given that we haven't made this decision yet, the current directive is to install those raised safety platforms. I guess, is it the view of officers that the removal of those those raised platforms would make Thorndon Quay less safe for pedestrians and put pedestrians at an increased risk of collision and serious harm?
I'll come back to what we've provided through the Q&A. Post-construction, there will be a safe system audit that will be undertaken. We have it on good authority that should we remove the raised platforms without providing any further mitigation, that would create serious or significant safety risks through that safety audit. So those safety risks weren't identified before construction because we had raised safety platforms. If we were to remove them and provide no mitigation, then it would appear after construction.
Sorry, Councillor Calvert.
have we asked for either a directive or guidance from NZTA in terms of putting in recent times, putting in raised platforms along Thorndon Quay?
In terms of NZTA providing us guidance?
Or directive or whatever, because obviously there's a bit of confusion between they're not funding certain things and then saying, well, we're not telling you what to do, so to speak. But so I'm just wondering, though, have we specifically asked them for their views?
So we are the road controlling authority. NZTA would defer decisions on our local roads back to us and not impose their decisions onto our local roads. We have asked them how do we marry the funding decisions with the guidance that they have, and they haven't been able to adequately answer that in terms of how they expect us to marry those two things.
Okay. So given there's just in the last few days, there's been a lot of information coming in about NZTA's views, even local businesses' views, even views around this table about what should happen. Would it be beneficial, and also, like, if we're looking down a different track, to be able to sort of have a more indicative safety audit about what it would mean? Because obviously these things are, we have to look at them, cohesively. So really, what I'm saying is, if we waited for some more information over the next few weeks and brought this information back to another meeting to consider with all the information that we know on the table, or we could get.
Councillor, that as decision makers, that's for this committee to decide whether you have enough information or you don't have enough information. If the committee feels like you are lacking information and you would like more information before making a decision, that's for the committee to decide.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I have to keep moving, sorry. Councillor Randall, Puiwi Kelly, and I've got one more as well. Oh, you have? Okay.
So while you've got the stats on survivability, could you outline the stats, please, around the survivability at 40 kilometres an hour? Because I know that was sort of, I think it was like 30 and then 6:59 or something. I was just wondering if you had it at 40 kilometres an hour.
I don't have a specific stat for 40 kilometres an hour, but what I do have from the NZTA guidance that was released earlier this year on raised safety platforms is that a 1 in 15 gradient is required to have a safe operating system at 30 kilometres an hour. If the gradient was reduced to apply to a 40 kilometre an hour speed limit, then the gradient of the ramp would be 1 in 20. But there is a note beside that option which says, but these are not compliant safe system for pedestrian crossings. So that's the current NZTA advice on their website.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor
Got a couple more.
Oh, a couple more? Okay. Go for
actually.
it as fast as you can.
Okay. Is the presence of the fire station and the ambulance station next to Thorndon Quay a factor in terms of you deciding whether or not you're going to set the speed limit effectively at 30 kilometres an hour?
Councillor, when emergency services need to get to an emergency, they have the ability to be able to travel faster than this posted speed limit. So from a speed limit perspective, just because the street is close to emergency services doesn't necessarily mean that the speed limit would be set in accordance with that, because emergency services do have the ability to vary their speed limit during emergencies. Yeah.
One more.
I'll just, if I might add to that, a raised crossing is designed for comfort at the design speed. So the comfortable speed to go over it is 30 kilometres an hour. But it is certainly possible to go over it at a higher speed than that, and we would expect that emergency services would go over it at a higher speed than that, because in that case the comfort of the people riding in the truck is not the highest consideration. So I don't think it does set the speed limit at 30. I appreciate that it has some impact on the thing that they do. But it's definitely not like this hard barrier that's like a gate you shall not pass at that speed.
So you reject the submission from FENS that their fire trucks, when they're going to a fire, carrying 3.5 tonne of water, cannot go over a speed hump faster than the mandated speed of the speed hump, or they'll damage their suspension.
I haven't seen their submission in detail, no.
Okay, Councillor Randall, thank you. We're going to move on a bit. So Pauiwi Kelly.
Okay, mine's a quick question. In the submissions this morning, I don't know if it was, it was the bus guy. He talked about how, with the raised platform, that if it was anything higher than 75, whatever, the 75, whatever the things, mil, I don't know. But if it was anything higher than the 75, because it can go up to 95, it would damage the sumps and their engines. Is that a big deal to, or can we ensure that whatever we do with the raised platform, that it is below that 75 but still be safe? Like, is there a criteria for the measurements?
These safety platforms are at 75 mils.
Oh, okay.
They are at 75.
I might ask a question which I think follows on from that. How closely will you be monitoring the installation to make sure they are at that 75 mils and that the installation is per the best standard?
We do have very good quality assurance on our construction, and there's always, between council officers and our external partners that we use, we do have a very good quality assurance program to ensure that what Greg has designed actually gets built. Okay. In fact, Greg is one of those people that goes out to make sure that what he's designed has actually been built.
And I just want to ask a question about the retrospective safety audit. You know, we put all this in. If this passes, you get 2 raised crossings, but not 4. Or 5, but if the safety audit absolutely says those need to go in and we're a bit clearer retrospectively about the position with NZTA, can we add them later?
We can add them in later, but they do come at a cost.
An extra cost, okay, so that's a risk, financial risk, but not a safety risk, can be done, okay. Now I've got still on the list Councillor Chung, I think, and then we may be finished. And another one from you, Councillor Randall. Okay, Councillor Chung and then Councillor Randall.
Thanks again. Now, I understand that the whole reasons for all these installations on Thorndon Quay is to slow the speed down. Is that correct?
It's to ensure that where vulnerable users, pedestrians, are crossing the road, that we, as much as possible, encourage vehicles to slow down to a point where, should there be a crash between a vehicle and a pedestrian, the pedestrian is more likely to survive.
Yeah, right, good. So could we not just change the speed along Thorndon Quay to, say, a maximum 40 kilometres an hour? Because I understand that the average is actually around that speed anyway. So if we actually make it mandatory, that would have the same effect than going through all these speed humps and raised crossings.
Unfortunately, Councillor, the government has redacted the speed management rule that was produced under the old government. There is currently a new rule that's out for consultation, so until the new rule comes into force, there's no methodology for us to be able to change speed limits until that comes into play. Then we'll understand how we would be able to change the speed limit.
Okay, I understand that we are the governing authority on determining...
I think we have had the answer to that one, Ray.
Okay.
Okay. Last one from Councillor Randall.
You say on paragraph 75 under not raising any crossings that you've been advised by the independent auditor that a safe system audit would classify these crossings as serious. In terms of only having 2 crossings, would that mean the other 3 crossings are likely to, in your opinion, to be classified as serious safety risks?
I would say so, but Mike is here if you want to ask him personally.
Sure.
Thank you. So in that case, we'd assess each crossing individually and we'd look at how the speed was operating. And so if the speeds were higher at an individual crossing, then yes, it could be a serious or significant concern.
Okay, and you're following these safe and
That's correct.
the NZTA safe and system audit guidelines, safe and system audit procedures for transport projects, the Road to Zero edition. Is that right? Okay, and so the foundation of the Road to Zero is 30 kilometres an hour. Sorry, one last question. On page 22 of the guidelines.
Councillor Randall, is this really, really relevant to what we... Okay.
Thank you. On page 22, it actually has a statement that says, the following key questions to be raised for each safety concern identified. An affirmative response reflects on a high severity risk. And then question 4 is it possible for a vulnerable user, example pedestrian, cyclist, motorcyclist, to crash at a speed of greater than 30 kilometres an hour? So is this the key factor that's driving the finding that you would have, that if it's like 40 kilometres an hour, then it needs to come down to 30, otherwise it's a serious risk?
Coming back to, I suppose, the information from Jonathan before, the survivability of a pedestrian at 30 kilometres an hour is fairly good, and as speeds increase, the survivability or serious risk of serious injury increases, and that's really what's driving it, rather than that particular statement within the audit guidelines.
Thank you very much.
And so, just one last thing.
Oh no, I think actually,
so I just want
Tony,
to know,
if I may, I really think that we've explored this question and we've really had the answers.
well, I just want to ask the officers one last thing.
Okay, make it very tight because I think we need to get on to the debate.
Does establishing the fact that signalised crossings in this circumstance, does it make it set a precedent that all across the city, signalised crossings will need to be raised where the factors that are in Thorndon Quay apply, essentially establishing a 30 kilometre an hour speed limit?
I think when we're looking at precedent setting at this stage, it's really difficult to say because the guidance is still there and still available. We would need NZTA to actually firm up their position on this in terms of, are they funding it, are they not funding it, does the guidance still apply, does it no longer apply? Until we get clear direction from NZTA, it's difficult to make a call on whether this sets a precedent or not.
Thank you, and they're very good questions and very good answers. And thank you, I feel very well informed. Not an easy decision for us, but thank you very much for helping us out with lots of good, useful information. Right, so up there, I will move the recommendations, which I think we're all now completely familiar with. I do believe I have a seconder. I will speak to this. I think we have been put in an incredibly difficult position, actually, where we suddenly find out that something we had assumed there was funding for is not going to be funded at a time when we know our ratepayers are in pain. I've never had so many emails about rates in my entire 10 years on council as I've had in the last 2 weeks. So it has put us in an incredibly difficult position where our minister has actually been saying publicly he doesn't want to see a single raised crossing down Thorndon Quay, and yet the scientific advice we're getting is that they are helpful for safety, they are helpful for slowing the speeds down to those speeds where we're not going to have death. We've got a lot of vulnerable users down Thorndon Quay. I went down there the other day. There are people trying to cross the road. All sorts of people are trying to cross the road and skedaddle between delivery trucks and other vehicles, buses. I have put up this with some collaborative efforts from other colleagues to try and find a middle ground where we're responding to some feedback we've had that maybe 5 raised crossings was providing some difficulties for our emergency vehicles and our buses, but to have none probably leaves people very vulnerable. What I'm proposing here is that we pick 2 locations which we know there are a variety of vulnerable, disabled, potentially people with prams, people with wheelchairs, people who have actually got identifiable special needs, and that would be the childcare centre and the marae. And look, we can start there. And I am reassured that if we start with that, we are putting in something that's not going to do any harm, or it's reducing the delay for emergency vehicles. We still have the ability to have a safety audit telling us, and I can see our advisor down there shaking his head because he doesn't agree with this. But we still do have the ability to retrospectively put extras in if it turns out that an assessment of the system says that it's not sufficient. And if we actually get some clarity over the government as to our legal requirements as well, which at the moment seems very, very vague. I have tried to separate it out because I know there are different views around this table. There are people who are not going to support all of this, but I've tried to sort it out so that you can support what you can support and you all vote against what you can't support. And this is where I've landed. We also have another amendment there that does direct officers to work with Greater Wellington to try and work out how we can get a better and more consistent approach going forward into the future. So I do have a seconder, but do you want to speak now or reserve your right? Right. So do we have any other people who'd like to speak to this? Yes, Councillor Calvert, you go for it now. We'll get that up. And I will also say that nobody seems to really want the pedestrian crossing at Gun City.
Yeah. You're not voting. But look, I think, yeah, and so which is why, you know, that's still there. But as we've heard, there is a lot of confusion at the moment, and Chair, you just commented about, you know, getting further clarity. And I appreciate your suggestions about which ones to pick, but, you know, as late as yesterday, we received feedback from local businesses saying Bordeaux Bakery wanted a raised crossing. So I think what's happening is that whilst we're trying to get a compromise, we don't have all the information on the table in a cohesive way. And that's really the basis of my amendment, is to say we need a bit more information. We need to make sure that how this is now being changed, because it is a stretch of road and with 4 or 5 crossings on it. If we make certain changes to some of them, what does that do? You know, and even from the safety audit perspective, because what we've heard is the 50k zone. It was envisaged it would become a 40k zone or 30 to 40. The raised platforms have been designed from a 30k speed limit. So, and you know, at the moment it is difficult to navigate. But I think that's in part because of all the road cones. You know, you try and cross there, you don't know where the crossings are, and so because of the current construction that's going on in parts along there. So I think we and the public and the local businesses need further clarity. We need to be quite clear what NZTA is saying to us, and that shouldn't be that difficult to obtain. And we also need to make sure that we do engage with the other local transport users, fire and emergency, and also the transport users, as we've heard from them today, because if we just target engage with Greater Wellington from a bus perspective, we're missing out those other key transport users on that road. So this is really, it's not trying to, it might look like kicking the can down the road, but this is actually, it's only for a short time. It's only for a few weeks and it's rather than wait for the next Regulatory Processes Committee. Excuse me. So what this will mean is we can get more clarity from NZTA and we can get additional advice from officers about the safety implications on different changes, and we can also get information from businesses and the local the other stakeholders about what is being proposed, because even your amendments, Chair, have only just been developed yesterday, so people haven't actually had an opportunity to see and comment on them. Thank you. And I think Councillor Chung is going to second.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chung, do you want to speak now?
I'm very happy to second this. Thank you. I'd like to sort of make some comments on Thorndon Quay. Now, again, I look at anecdotal evidence of what I've actually seen myself. Now, because I travel down this road every day, for the last year and a half, I've noticed where people actually cross and where they actually don't cross. And it seems to me that the crossings that you've actually picked are actually the ones where you've got the most people. The most people are at Bordeaux Bakery. There's a huge number of people crossing there every morning when I go past, and also outside the Gateway Shopping Centre, which I think is the same crossing as the Marae. And so there are huge numbers that would be easily 10 times the amount of people crossing at those crossings than any other place. And I've very rarely see people crossing at any other place, and certainly none at Gun City. I don't think I've ever seen anyone cross there, so I don't know why we've actually got that there. Regarding the speed humps, I think that the same rules that NZTA applies are sort of looked at.
So can I just ask, Councillor Chung, are you speaking to this amendment? Are you speaking to the whole thing, or are you speaking to the specific desire to refer this to council?
Yes, I'm speaking to this particular thing, but I'm giving reasons about why I think this is so good, because, why it's so fitting to actually have this here, because of what I've actually seen myself and how that road is actually being used. And I think that it seems to me that we're using aspirational reasons for actually doing these things. Now, we've heard a lot about we want to make people safe. Now, absolutely, I don't think there's anyone who would say that we don't want to make people safe. We don't want to make pedestrians safe. Of course, we don't want to see any accidents at all. And even one accident is too much. But we've got to be practical about it as well and look at what's the best thing for us to do. Now, if the issue is actually high speed down there, then yes, we need to slow down the speed. But until we can actually change that speed limit ourselves, then we'll need to look at what we can actually do in the meantime. So there was a speaker this morning that said that when a driver comes along a road and they see a traffic light turn to red, their immediate response is actually to slow down. No, I don't think we're ever going to get someone who thinks, oh, look, that light's changing, I think I'll try and jump that light if it's way ahead, or if I see a pedestrian across in there. So I think that's a natural response to actually slow down. So I think that achieves our ends by making it, I guess, as less controversial as possible to actually do this, and to look at how we can actually study what we're doing, get evidence to say that this is actually what's happening. So very, very happy to support this, and I hope you'll vote for this as well.
Okay, so is there anyone who wants to speak with specific reference to perhaps point B, which is to refer the matter of implementing the raised crossings to council rather than to this committee? I'll take committee members first, because so I'll take you, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. Quickly, last week when we had a meeting of the Environment and Infrastructure Committee, the chair of the RICS committee suggested that it's better to refer this to the whole council. And on the day, I promised I will be supporting that idea. And today, that amendment is coming from another member of the council in here. And for that reason, I'm supporting this to go to the council. And I hope you all support it.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, I do actually feel quite strongly about 2B and sending this to council. Probably speak more when we get to the substantive, but there's lack of information in front of us around some of the key things. We are just picking and choosing arbitrarily what crossings to put in. We are playing the role of traffic engineers here, and I just am not comfortable at this stage with doing some of that picking and choosing. So for me, at least bringing into council, maybe getting some more direction from NZTA, because the chair's absolutely right. We have been put in an impossible situation where the left hand says one thing, the right hand says another. So without 2B, I just feel fundamentally uncomfortable about the decisions that are in front of us.
Okay, that's useful. I would actually appreciate hearing from committee members on this one. So is there anyone else who wants to speak? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak on this, and I guess in my mind I'm going back to the way I was raised in terms of analysing the evidence that's in front of me. And I think it is important when we talk about this idea that there isn't clarity in terms of how we create a safe road for our residents. I do believe that is completely false. And I think what we have heard from officers here today continually is that we have very good information about what keeps our residents who are travelling on foot safe. The fact that a minister has decided not to fund it does not undermine the evidence that has been done by people who have a very good understanding of how to keep people safe. And I think as a committee that has been delegated the responsibility to make very intricate and intimate decisions about our road, the way that we control it and the way that we keep people safe, it is entirely appropriate that we analyse evidence, not reckons. And as we have also heard, it is ultimately this council's decision to look at how we manage our roads. It is not the decision of a minister. It is not the decision of waka kotahi. They can provide advice. Ultimately, it is our decision. If Minister Brown would like to make this decision, local body elections are next year, and he is more than welcome to run. Until then, I believe that I have a responsibility to keep people safe, to analyse evidence, not reckons, and I believe that I do have enough information to make this decision here, and I'm not going to shy away from the fact that I have a responsibility to digest information, make a decision within a reasonable time frame that puts the safety of our people first. So I won't be submitting this to council. I think we have enough information now. The idea that more information will come up that will be useful to us and in a legible form and a form that is supported by evidence that somehow undermines all of the evidence that we have had over the past few years put in front of us, I think is slightly ridiculous. I think we have enough information to make a decision now, and I don't think we need to refer it to council.
Thank you. Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Councillor Rogers. I think that we've spent the last hour and a little bit asking our officers for the information plus what's in the report that has given me enough information to be able for us to make this decision. And I don't quite understand why you would want to relitigate it all again. Just to relitigate it all again. I am really grateful, though, for the clarity that the officers did give us, because I was confused about what the minister was saying and what Waka Kotahi was saying. And I think that that's really what has confused things for us. And that's not good, because there's not only have they... because he said that funding now has been pulled for what essentially is a safety issue, and now we have got to make a decision mindful of the costs, because we don't want our rates to go up any higher, but we now are in a position where we've got to decide on safety issues and how much can we spend with, so instead of the 5, which just incidentally I think was a bit of an overkill anyway, but it's still, I accept what the officer's saying about the safety aspects, and what has been proposed is that, okay, 2, well, we can fund 2, still make some savings. I think we're going to be cost neutral. But the other thing, when we're talking about costs, and I'm very aware of that with how our rates are so inflated right now, there seems to be a desire to keep pausing this project, and that comes at a cost, because my understanding is that it's nearly finished. It's going to be finished next year. Contractors are in place. Mahi is already happening, and when you pause things or when you stop things, or when you want to review, that is also going to cost heaps of pūtea. That's where you get the fragmented decisions that Councillor Colvert keeps referring to, and relitigating things. Those are all costs that then come in to blowing this out. And I think that, come on, let's be decisive here today, make the decisions that need to be made, give the contractors that are doing the mahi the go ahead to get this finished, and let's move forward with it.
I'll put myself on the speaking list. I did consider sending this to council. In fact, that was my first thought. But I've had a lot of time to think about it, and I think that we actually are delegated to make this decision, and that's a responsibility we also need to take seriously. The fact that I haven't put that suggestion into my substantive, I think, means that I have actually, in my own mind, decided that this matter should really rest with our committee. And I did think about it, so I won't be supporting this. Do you want to write? I don't think there's anyone else. I think we've all spoken. It was important to hear from the committee because this, but you may have a go, Councillor Randall. Well, in this particular matter, because it's whether we are actually wanting to deal with this, I think it was important that we heard from the committee, but also we'll hear from you.
So I've no problem with you putting preference to the committee, but I'll put my hand up first.
Yeah. Go for it.
Without getting in front of the mover, so first of all, there's no pause here. The reason we are having this discussion is because officers have outlined that there's time to make the decision on the raising of the crossings or even removing crossings without significant impact to the project schedule. That's why we're making this decision. And even officers in the Q&A have confirmed that no major commitment's going to be made before the September 5th council meeting. And, that's important to know. So there's no pause. And certainly this is not about pausing. This is about getting the balance right on one of our most important roads. In terms of delegated, I still don't understand things because previous Q&As confirmed that the issue of whether or not a crossing is raised or not is not a matter for traffic resolution. So that is essentially any committee could probably make that decision, certainly the council can. I also was amused by the comment about the promotion of pedestrian use along this corridor. Given the removal of a large number of car parks, I'm not quite sure how the pedestrians are going to be walking along there are going to come from. But the real issue is about balancing safety. And we're trying to get the balance of safety. People seem to think that there's enough evidence in front of this, but the more I look into this, and I have done a deep dive on this, the more uncertainty I find. And I find, for example, just today, that the guidance on which officers have relied is draft guidance, and it's still subject. You can go on the website today, right now, and comment on the validity of the guidance. I have to note too that the previous guidance, which I've got a copy of the same hierarchy, has an option for having a non-raised pedestrian crossing as a valid option for the same sort of speeds. Okay, so up until April, it was perfectly a valid solution deemed to be safe by NZTA up until April. And so I think, that's new information, and we need to get to the bottom of this information. We also need to get an understanding because, as I pointed out, the safety audit system and this guidance is really part of the previous government's Road to Zero program, and that's foundationally had an absolute focus on safety. Okay, it wasn't a balance the risk approach. So I think this amendment is perfectly appropriate. I also think it's appropriate that balancing safety is sometimes about getting traffic moving faster. And that's where, we've got a fire station on that road and an ambulance station just off that road. And if we're going to slow those vehicles down, then we're putting people's lives at risk in another way because they have to slow down and as they go through the city. And the more raised vertical traffic calming devices, I think is the technical term, the more we put in, the slower emergency services. And they've complained to us privately and they've complained in public because it's simply not working. And we need to do better, and we should start here. And we should start here by having a proper consideration of the issues and putting it, because we're setting a precedent by going forward with this. I also don't understand this. It's about safety is very difficult. We're going to face the waterfront soon as well. Safety is difficult in terms of balancing it with also providing a proper way through the city, and there's there's more information. We need more information from NZTA on these standards. We need about, and whether the guidance is going to change and whether the Minister's going to change the guidance. This is likely to be done in that sort of way. So I would not want, and lastly I have to say, it should be balanced by the actual risk. And I've distributed information to you all in terms of this is the safety risk. 2 accidents, 2 pedestrian accidents in 10 years. 2. This is the risk of our city. Okay? We've got problems all over the city, about pedestrian safety. These are serious and fatal accidents in our city. And if we're going to do this on this road, then I'm going to tell you the next stop will be coming up in Johnsonville. We've had 4 serious pedestrian accidents in the last 10 years on Johnsonville Road. And this council has promised to put signalised lights on Moorfield Road, and we're still waiting.
Okay.
So I really think we need more consideration, which is why I support this amendment.
Councillor Calvert-Ryder, reply.
Thank you. I think I'm also known to Councillor Rogers analyse evidence and information and go back for further clarity. But what I've also learned, and in particular on being on council, is to listen to communities of place and interest, because I find there's a lot of knowledge out in those communities that can help inform us make good decisions. And I think Councillor Randall makes some very good points. You know, across the city, we've got really more significant areas where there's more accidents or known accidents. And I appreciate not all accidents are reported or near misses, but that applies to every location around the city. And we've all sat here around this table where we've heard that we've got no money to do things. I mean, I know there's a particular intersection in Karori, Chater Street and Curtis Street, which is really dangerous for actually cyclists, and we would really like to do more, but we don't have the money. So this is about, we have to, like everyone, we have to prioritise our resources. There's an opportunity here where, and obviously NZTA have said, we are not going to fund raised pedestrian crossings. There's a reason for that. They've had to make presumably some sort of choice about where they should be putting their money. What will give the biggest benefit.
Okay. Right of reply means addressing the things other people have said.
Yeah, well, which is why I'm addressing what the various people have said. Thank you. And so now you've lost my train of thought, Chair. We've been asking officers for information, and what we've been hearing is there's still a lack of clarity coming from NZTA. We need to do that. We need to get that. And we also, as you've heard around this table, it's probably 50-50. And I would suggest to the chair that if there's so much doubt, if there's no real consensus around this, then wouldn't it be better to get more information in the next couple of weeks and put it forward? It's not going to delay any raising of any platforms, because we've already heard yesterday that the businesses in Bordeaux want a raised platform. So let's get some better clarity. We're not getting all this different information from different people. We've got one source of truth, and we've got one piece of comprehensive information from our officers, and let's consider this in 2 or 3 weeks' time when we've got all this on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we'll move to a vote. So we're going to take everything, we'll do A and we'll do B. We'll do A now, which is removing the signalised pedestrian crossing and the raised safety platform at Gun City.
That was not my amendment.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, it's just B we're voting on. Okay.
Oh, yeah, because you're moving A, so
okay.
It's not,
I was a bit confused by that, but okay, we'll just do B, which is the nuts of it, really. Nuts. Crux of it. So B is to refer it to council. And that has exactly 50-50, so I will vote against that, to be consistent with my position. So that has failed narrowly. All right, so we'll now move back to the... Oh, we need to do 3. Okay, are you happy to do 3 at this point? Or is that the same as?
No, because I've added in that
Okay.
we yeah.
Okay, let's just quickly look at that. Alrighty, so we'll do 3. And that has passed. And then 4. Which is about reviewing speed humps and where we've received complaints. And that has carried, that's passed. All right, so we can now go back to the substantive. So I would like to suggest we've got a few other matters on the agenda. So if you feel you've already spoken to the many of the substantive matters, which I think many people have, I will still ask if there is anyone who still wants to speak, and it looks like the Mayor does. And you would like to?
I just want to thank the Chair for finding a really pragmatic compromise. I too thought 5 was a little over the top, but we also have to balance safety and after hearing from businesses, other people and regional council, I think this is a really good compromise. The information provided by officers and even the changing of decisions by the government, this matter's still quite clear for me. And I think there has been people purposely making it confusing and conflating several issues. I think our council has been plagued by indecision in the past, and people found it really frustrating when we weren't seeing any real deliverables from Let's Get Wellington Moving. Let's just be about progress and do what we say. This is part of that. This is putting pedestrians first, and I think that's wonderful. I'm glad it's not going to council. We decide on transport matters. And we just need to get on and make important decisions about transport.
Councillor McNulty.
I guess I'll just start debate by noting there's actually 2 people at this table travelled down Thorndon Quay this morning, and both of us were in buses, Councillor Chung and myself. So the lived experience, of some of us is quite different to others when we're thinking about these bumps as a whole. And certainly from day one that this is kicked up as an issue, what's plagued me has been the complete mismatch in Let's Get Wellington Moving's criteria, where any benefit onto the 2,000 pedestrian group overwhelmingly outweighed disbenefits to the 11,000 bus passengers a day. There's not been a proportionality-based approach, and this is a design that has reflected a business case criteria. It's that simple. That's how we've landed on 5 crossings, is that the business case said the more you throw in, the more economic value you get. Whether that actually has been reflected in the real world is obviously a point of debate. But look, as I said, I agree this is an impossible position, but I do want to take some stock of where there are currently 2 crossings, there will be 4 under this amended substantive. Where there are currently 0 signalised crossings, there will be 4. It's a pretty substantive increase from the status quo when we're talking about safety. But I come to something Brad said this morning. It would be irresponsible for the officers to pick and choose pedestrian crossings at this juncture, and that's completely correct. It would also be irresponsible for councillors to pick and choose pedestrian crossings at this juncture. We've gone 0 is a small number, 5's a big number, 2's about in the middle. Let's land there. And then we've said, okay, well, we'll put the one outside the childcare centre, which I do think makes sense, and given the business owner has asked for it, and we'll do the other one at the gateway. But then suddenly Bordereau say, no, we want one. I'm sorry, I hope I'm not stealing a line from you, Nuridan, but this is also just decision-making based on records. That's the evidential weight that we're giving to where we're putting them or not. And so on this, I have reached out really hard in my ward because the number 1 bus is one of the most in-demand ones in the city, and I am concerned about what it is. And I've been able to find one person I can speak to that even thinks 2 is a good idea. I've called people that I think would be supportive, and I know, there's a clash of general values, but you also need to represent the people that you come to, and that's what's happened with this issue. I just have seen it be so universally unpopular, at least in Takapu Northern Ward. So for me, I feel that choosing is making a poor governance decision. I would love to have guidance or data or analysis guiding a prioritisation of which crossings deserve it the most, rather than us just thinking. We're playing traffic engineer. I just feel fundamentally uncomfortable about the role that we are doing as elected members, and if I'm making good governance decisions here.
Thank you, Councillor McNulty. Now, who else was on the list? Deputy Mayor? And Councillor Chung.
Yeah, kia ora tātou, and I do just want to thank this committee for going through this and making these decisions today, and thank you, Chair. I just really do want to I don't want to say I'm putting my Ellen Blake hat on, but I'm going to, and I do want to advocate for the raised pedestrian crossings, because pedestrian safety is at the heart of our transport strategies, and it's at the absolute peak of our transport hierarchy. And there is evidence from AT in Auckland that raised pedestrian crossings have reduced accidents by 75%, so they do work. So I appreciate where we're at today, but I just have to raise the flag for pedestrianisation, and will continue to do so. Just as a user of the number 1 bus, not every day trying to go to the Picton Ferry, but I've got to say access to the ferry is abysmal if you are going by public transport or bike, and you can take the number 1 either way to get there. And so once again, I'm not happy that the pedestrian crossing is not being advocated for, but I will continue to advocate for it, because it is to ask someone to walk a kilometre to get to the ferry is just crazy, when we are trying to put pedestrians at the heart of our transport strategies. But that's just a word from a non-committee member. Kia ora.
Councillor Chung, but you have spoken quite a bit on all of these matters, but if you have 1 or 2 last points to make, it's good.
Yep, thanks. I think that I'll just comment on the earlier speakers, and I think that with my good colleague, Councillor McNulty, he's absolutely right that we are the ones who actually see this every day. We are the ones who see who uses the roads. We are the ones who see who uses the crossings. And so absolutely there's no doubt that we want to keep people safe. And so this should be our prime motivation for actually doing anything. But we need to have the evidence to say that, okay, where do we put our money to ensure that people are the safest? So again, we talked a bit about Bordeaux Bakery wanting a raised crossing, but I don't know why they actually want one there. I mean, how does a raised crossing affect their business or affect the people going there? I don't know the answers there. So I do think that there's information that we actually would be better off having. So we need to understand that. A comment was made about Auckland Transport, and Auckland obviously, saying that there was a 75% reduction in deaths through the use of... reduction in accidents in Auckland. And yet, I only heard a few weeks ago that the mayor, whatever his name is, in Auckland said that they're actually not putting any more raised crossings in. And so we need to understand the reasons why these things are happening. Like, why did he actually say that they're not putting any more in? If they're reducing accidents, then it's analogous that why would he actually say that? So we need to understand why these decisions are being made. It was also commented with one of the submissions earlier that the only place in New Zealand where we're getting damaged buses is in Wellington. So yet we all live by the same rules. We all live by, the same recommendations from NZTA. So their recommendations apply to every municipality and town in Wellington. So why is it that we're the only ones having accidents with buses. And so is it because we've just gone too far on having these things? So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chung. Councillor Rogers, Councillor Abdurrahman, and then I think I will do my right of reply.
Yeah, I was just going to make some brief comments to help my colleagues. Just for Councillor Randall, I understand you're not making the decision, but I just wanted to mention in terms of talking about finding that balance, I just quickly looked in terms of the risk that we have in slowing down emergency service vehicles and the risk that we have in terms of people being hit by cars. And I mean, just very quickly, obviously it's back of the napkin stuff, but approximately 20 people deaths in fires and approximately 34 hit and killed by cars when they are a pedestrian. So there's just some stats there. In terms of Councillor McNulty, in terms of not having enough information to decide which routes we look at, I'd refer you to the Q&A document where we see, although it doesn't break down specifically Thorndon Quay, what we do see is as you continue to go north from the city centre, you see a decrease in the daily demand for each of those areas. I think it's also important to look at, as Councillor Randall mentioned earlier on, the CAS system, which again shows that trend of moving further out from the city centre. You see a decrease in the number of particular incidents and casualties. And I would also invite Councillor McNulty to look at the residential density and the way that that changes along Thorndon Quay. I find all three of those elements were very helpful in me making my decision about where I kind of draw the line in terms of cost savings and safety. And I would also note that the decision we make today does not stop the independent safety assessment from coming back and allowing us to make decisions on the basis of that. So I think we have enough information at the time to make this decision. I do not believe it's entirely arbitrary. So yeah, those were just the points I wanted.
Thank you very much. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whanau. This decision is not about compromising pedestrians. It's about getting the process right. It's about listening to the community. It's also about sometimes getting expert advice and opinions outside of the bureaucracy. There are some people who came today and they gave us a really good food for thought, and especially when it comes to bus and the fire emergency. So for that reason, if officers were supporting, the amendment was just to move the whole thing, the discussion could have been completely different. But now choosing two based on what? I have no idea. What I really want you, Councillor Free, actually to mention what is the principle when you choose those two over the other three. And if there is nothing much there, for me, I will be supporting, example, the childcare, because the children's crossing, it was also the person himself, he came and he asked for it. I got a justification for it. I don't have for the other one. And I think that is a bit based on reckons. And it's also like compromise sometimes mean you based on the evidences that you have, also you need to back it what you're talking about. It's not like it's 5 or so, just let's make it 2. That is no compromise. And just we don't have any evidence for that. And probably I do see if there was any question that come from the group, I haven't seen it. For one of the raised pedestrian crossing, I would consider. In general, there are some other real areas that the community asking big time, like near Ofiro Bay School and Rongotai College. So we need to be responding to those kind of requests instead of just overkilling in one area where it divides the whole community. And yeah. So in that case, I will be supporting only one of this. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, and I just really want to I've just got an email that's just come in from the director of Bordeaux Bakery because he'd heard that I'd said that they were in favour, and that was the information that I had received from a business owner there. He just wants to make it quite clear and confirm that they're not in favour of a raised crossing, and to quote his words, we do not want to raise crossing or traffic lights in front of our business. We want our car parks back. We have argued for 3 years against these works, and our position has been consistent. These road changes help no one, will not achieve what your staff tell you, and will destroy the boutique business district that's built up over the last 30 plus years. So I think, that's basically the gist of what he said to me. So as you can see, there is confusion, and we're making decisions when information is still coming in. So from different business owners, and also the lack of clarity. And I don't think we have the license to actually make a formal decision on going ahead with this now. I know we've got the votes. I know, Councillor Free, that you will probably have to use a casting vote, but casting votes to make fundamental decisions like this is not the way to go about business. Plus, it also highlights why this council is plagued by indecisions, because we do not get consensus on the big stuff. We do not work with our communities. That's why. So if we actually could get a bit more consensus, make sure we're working with the communities, we won't please everyone all the time, but aiming for at least 75% would go a long way to improving our voting, and so that we don't keep having to revisit things when the community comes to tell us this is not this is not going to work for us. So I really ask you is that we don't vote for these things, and we actually find a way to have a proper conversation with all the information on the table, and not having to relay emails, over the last 24 hours to try and help shape our decisions. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Randall, I feel that you've had a reasonable crack, and we need to keep moving on. So I'm going to go to Liz for her right of seconding.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I think that the debate has been really helpful to actually have real clarity about what we're doing here today and the decisions that what I'm going to vote on. Thorndon Quay is actually a part of the city that I shop in all the time, down at Paul Robertson's End, Gateway, go to Bordeaux's probably too many times, but the uniform shop, the baby shop, they moved the baby shop. But Thorndon Quay, I really use Thorndon Quay all the time. It's easily accessible. You don't have to go right into town, and I have never found a problem with getting parking. So I think that this is a good compromise for us today. But I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of the things I've already said so that I don't repeat myself. But I guess the main one that I want to talk to answer Councillor Nuruddin's Abdurrahman's question about understanding about Pipitea Marae. Pipitea Marae, I believe we've come at a really good compromise that agree with the childcare, but Pipitea Marae is also really heavily used all the time, and particularly for events, but the kohanga use it quite often for kapahaka, and we still get our kids, no matter how well we train them, they'll be anxious to run out, especially if they've just done a performance, they've got all their mates, and we try and have the buses all on that side, so at least they're not crossing the road. I think that this is a good decision for us to make, to have the raised crossing outside the marae, but also it is really a highly used area because the gym, that's City Fitness. City Fitness is always packed, and I also see people that are walking there, and it's also opposite the gateway. So Pipitea Marae is, for me, is really a no-brainer for us if we were looking at safety issues. That this is one of the ones that we do need to support, as well as the childcare. But I think too, when we talk about going back and hearing what the community has to say, Bordeaux bakery, this is a really good example of how we as councillors can get cross messages, because this morning so many times we were told that they wanted to have a raised crossing, and at the end of the day, for me, not being able to agree to that was purely down to the economics of it, because we're no longer being funded. But now to hear that that's actually not what they wanted, I think that what the officers have given us in their reports and their answers to us when we've asked them questions, and our ability to make this decision and the mandate to make this decision, I'm really comfortable with this, and I'll be supporting it.
Yeah, look, I think actually everybody has added value, and thank you, Councillor Randall, for your presentations to us, and I'm sorry I felt that time was constrained to allow everybody, non-committee members, to have another speech. But there's been so many good points raised, and I have sympathy for all of you that have been expressed. I think we were put in a pretty difficult position to try and come up with something. It was handed back to our committee because we made the original decision last year. There have been a lot of considerations to put on the table. For me personally, I did think there was value in having some raised crossings, and it's not just about slowing speeds. It's actually, in a way, those raised crossings say that we're investing in this area, that it's a bit of a special area, and that's why apart from the reasons that have been so eloquently expressed by Pawiwi Kelly, I think that positioning a raised crossing at the start of the Thorndon Quay area, namely the marae, and positioning one towards the end of where the pedestrian counts are high, namely at the Kids Cove VTNZ, actually makes sense from a placemaking point of view. And I do think that people asked, I've been involved in Thorndon Quay from the time we talked about the cycleway there. A big thing was that people felt it didn't have a sense of place, that there is a local community there that wanted it to feel a bit more special and wanted to see investment. So it's not just about the speeds, it's actually about the sense of investment and pride and place. I did also note, however, there was an issue that was mitigated through the raised crossing at Kids Cove that had been identified with uneven, trip hazard. So that was an extra reason. Plus that site at Kids Cove links to the Davis Street, to that other street where the secondary school kids come down. There's actually a huge amount of traffic there. There's a ballet school there as well. I was told that, I spoke to Steve Piper yesterday, who's the owner of Kids Cove. He is supportive of this. He also advised me to speak to Emma from the dance school. She was also apparently supportive. I didn't unfortunately get time to ring her. But there are reasons in my mind why these two are on the table. And Councillor Rogers, you made a very good point. That doesn't preclude us from putting in an extra one somewhere if there is really solid advice following this, extra one or two, if there's solid advice following this that we need to do that. It can be done. But I wouldn't want to leave this project with nothing. And that's where some of this committee was going, actually. None at all. And that wasn't actually where I wanted to land today. So it is what it is. I know that there is a lot of, there are a lot of different perspectives here, and I may have to use a casting vote for this. Nevertheless, I'm doing what personally as chair, I feel, for me personally, where I'm sitting, I'm actually comfortable with this, and I feel as chair, this is where I've landed. And, I just invite you now to vote. I've separated it all out as much as I can, so you have maximum flexibility to do what you think's right. And I hope that that will meet with, sort of as much approval as I can expect. So we'll go to the vote now, and we will take one and two. We're taking one, then we will do two. We'll do one. I think we've passed 3 and 4, so we need to do one. How many need to be taken separately? Do we all, I think we'll take them all separately because it actually sometimes turns out to be the easiest way. So we'll vote for one.
Thanks, Chair. I just feel fundamentally uncomfortable about playing role of traffic engineer here, so I'm going to leave the room.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Well, you won't have to do it.
Okay.
I will probably do the same.
I've never left the room for a vote, unless I've been conflicted. But there we go. All right, so we will continue. Number 1. We do have a quorum. Our quorum's 4. Number 1, receive the information. That's carried. Number 2A.
If you just want to do 2 first, because there's a change.
Okay, we'll do 2. So are we voting for the top bit?
Yeah.
All right. We're just doing the top sentence. We're doing, Ray, because the top sentence is meaningful in its own right, without the A's, B's and C's and D's, we're going to just vote for 2 without its subsidiaries. Yeah, without its bits. Yeah. It just says we're continuing with the construction, basically. We do need to continue. Yeah. Ray? Yeah, thanks. Okay, that's passed, carried. 2A. Carried. 2B. To C. To D. We'll have a division on all of these too, if you don't mind. We're up to 2E. That's carried, and 2F. I think we did 3 and 4, did we? Do we need to do them again? Okay. So we'll do 3 and 4 together. Yeah, I don't think you get paid to sulk and walk out of the room. Sorry. Thank you, everybody, and thank you to all the people who've endured this long. We're going to have lunch.
Well done, Chair.
We all seem to be here, so we'll get started on the next item, 2.2 traffic resolutions, and I believe it's Kate that's coming to introduce the paper for us. Thank you. Oh, and soon. Welcome.
Kia ora. It's my pleasure to introduce the traffic resolutions paper. I firstly just want to acknowledge all the public participants today and thank them for coming in, and everyone that also submitted feedback on all the traffic resolutions this round. We've had quite a number of responses, which has been great to see. We went out for consultation on 22 TRs, and from the feedback received, we are proposing to go forward with 20 of these. 2 of them have been deferred. One of those is Sutherland Road, and the other one is Everest Street, just for further officer consideration and investigation. We also have a couple of TRs which we've made amendments on, and that's also highlighted in the paper. One is Lady Elizabeth Lane, based on feedback from businesses there, opposite Shed 13. We're retaining 2 of the existing P15s rather than converting them to metered parking. And the second one is a Hero Road. We officer now proposing to retain 2 parking spaces near the intersection with Borlass Street, as we've identified 2 more locations to retain some parks. Most of the traffic resolutions, I should say, are safety related, with a few changes to parking in terms of time restrictions and things like that. We're open to any questions that you have today.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Abdurrahman.
So the first one is regards to TR75, the one Ohiro Road. What the engagement with the community looks like. This morning, the resident association, they came and they just said nothing much there. Could you please elaborate what you have done there?
We'll invite Jocelyn, one of the project managers, for this one, just to come and help answer any questions for Hero Road.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So we have done plenty of engagement on this project, including in the initiation phase. There was a meeting held with the councillor and the residents, including the Greater Brooklyn Residents Association, to discuss the problems and issues on this project, on this road. And following the investigation, the council officers reach out to the residents and community residents to talk about the proposed changes. And we have received a couple of comments and feedback. So changes and optimizations on the design has been made. Then we went back with the Greater Brooklyn Residents Association for the meeting in June to present the updated changes and explain the background and the purpose of this project. And then we did this TR consultation as well.
So follow up to that, when you say you engage with the community, okay, resident association, at least you met them 2 times. What it looks like engagement on residents who live on that street, how many papers dropped, or what that looks like?
So we did 2 rounds of engagement and consultation already. So the first round, we did a letter jobs to all of the residents for the house owners between street number 217 to street number 509. And we also sent emails to all of those residents associations. And in the second round, we did the letter jobs to all of those house properties between the same sections as well, including the side streets, and also including the residents association. So in the first round, we have received 16 responses. In the second round, we have received 20 responses.
If you want to just have one more.
narrow or if they are proper for fire and emergency. I think council does have a list of streets. Could you please confirm if Tyne Street and Island Bay and Abbott Street was not, maybe Brad can respond to that, if they are in the list of those streets?
Yes, Councillor, I can confirm that both Tyne Street and Abbott Street are not on the list of streets that FENS and emergency services have given us as concerning streets for them.
Brilliant. My second question to that is, when it was the first time consultation went out, about 16 people signed the petition. Later on, about 11 of them tracked, just only 5 left from the 16. Yeah, 10 is just the second time, but I'm not sure how many of the 16, 10 of them out of 16, is that only 6 who didn't sign the next time, or what is the figure? Are they new people the second time compared to the first one?
Sorry, I don't have the details of who has already submitted their submissions from the first round or the second round. We only have the generic numbers about how many responses we have received.
I think, Councillor Narendran, you're talking about Tyne Street now. Yeah, so Kate, maybe the petition on Tyne Street and the multiple requests that we got from there.
Sorry, the next person is actually Councillor Rogers, I think, then Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Calvert and Councillor Chung.
Yeah, mine was just broadly and not particularly related to the traffic resolution, but more related to the, I guess, the presentation of them. I noticed that in the maps of the traffic resolution for O'Hara Road, the stroke weight being like the thickness of the lines that we use on the maps was thinner than some of the other maps I had observed, and I wonder if that contributed to people's, I guess, difficulty in observing the maps. And because I must admit, even digitally where I can zoom in, I still found it somewhat difficult to get the picture.
Yeah, we have noted that for future traffic resolutions. We definitely agree it can be difficult for some people, especially on some of those maps, especially for Hera Road. So we're definitely going to take that into consideration for next time.
Awesome, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just back to Ohiro Road. Just can you confirm how many complaints about parking and other issues we've had on that strip in the last year?
So in 2023, we have received about 95 complaints regarding the parking issue. And in 2022, we have received 55 complaints on the parking issue, so which is showing the trend of increasing and calling for actions.
And can you just confirm that on the western side that the Greater Brooklyn Residents Association referred to, are you still trying to look at formalised parking on that side for the community?
Yes, the council officers are still looking at if there's any opportunity to retain or convert some legal car parkings in this green area.
Thank you.
But we need to.
Oh, no.
Sorry, but that's kind of current green area, so we need to understand the risk of converting it to a proper parking space.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
During the course of the public participants, there was some discussion about could we put up some courtesy signs in some of these streets that are enabling residents, first up, to be able to know the rules about how they should be parking on narrow streets, especially probably more for visitors than anything. Is that something the council's ever done before or ever considered?
Councillor Calvert, we have not done that before, and I don't think, from my own experience, is effective.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like people moving cones and things like that. If they want to park, they'll just, yeah.
Okay.
And enforcing it or managing it, it would be a big resource.
All right, no, thank you. And then the other thing was, obviously we've heard from some communities about they would like to have more of a community meeting to work through some of the issues or see if they can find a compromise or solution. Is that something, and I'm thinking probably in particular for my ward, which is the Abbott Street, Applam. Would that be something that officers would be willing to undertake?
Based on the feedback this morning, I think it's a good step because at least we do it in 2 steps. With Abbott Street, we did it just we got the inquiry, we put out a proposal, and then we do it as a tier. I think in the future, I think we'll put it out as a proposal before we finalize it as a traffic resolution. There's one more step beforehand. So I think it's a good idea just to have that additional feedback.
Yeah, because of the question about the school and the use of that is, would officers be willing, if we sort of, the local councillors help support a community meeting or some sort of engagement to try and resolve things?
I think my experience is the local ward councillors has been very helpful in terms of bringing the right people to bring up issues and talk over them.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Chung.
Great. Thanks. I think I have 2 questions. The second question first, which is very similar to Councillor Calvert's question, is that following listening to the submissions from this morning, I'm very concerned that there seem to be too many people slipping through the cracks on not being advised or not knowing what's actually happening. So would it be feasible or even desirable for, say, when you're actually going out to do consultations, whether it's the first stage or the second stage, maybe to give us a bit of a heads up so that if we can find that people actually do want a town hall type meeting, we could possibly arrange that? Would that be desirable? Or
I'll just jump in there, son, if you don't mind. Councillor, I think that we also need to appreciate the fact that despite what the submitters put forward today, that the traffic resolution process is generally one of our better processes. There were some clerical issues through this round that meant that certain submitters didn't get responses back or feedback back to their responses. That has literally never happened in the last 4.5 years. It's a pretty smooth running process. So it was a bit of an arbitrary thing that happened this month. And I'd also say that before traffic resolutions go out into the public for public consultation, a list of traffic resolutions for your ward is emailed to you so that you're aware of. And that would be the time to come back to the team and say, I think this one deserves something a little bit different than just putting out a consultation.
Yep. Okay, that's great, thanks. And the second question, or first question, was, Brad, you mentioned about FENS. Now, do FENS actually do a regular survey of all the streets in Wellington so that they actually give the council or give officers a list of the streets where they've had issues or they think that we need to actually look at? Or do we, are they proactive about that, and then they come to you, or do we actually rely on other reports to find these streets?
I'll probably pass this one to Kate. As far as I know, I think it was just a one-off list that we got from FENS, but I'm not sure. Kate will probably.
Yeah, we just have the one list that we got a couple of years ago, and that's only covers the Thorndon station area, so that doesn't cover other suburbs in Wellington. So we're working at the moment to try and get some of those from FENS, because that will be good for us to have for future, for when we do future TRs. So we're definitely working to get that information.
Great, that's good. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I just add to that comment? One of the situations we do have now is as parking demand or infill housing gets developed, we end up having streets that are filled up with cars. So those streets that we are hearing now are issues that either the car ownership has gone up or there's some infill housing development that has impacted, like Koata Street or some of the streets that we are dealing with now, because the FENS doesn't actually has a list, but their list is more sort of So we are encountering on a daily basis that the streets are now becoming an issue, just like Abbott Street or Tyne Street.
Okay. Could I have a follow-up question to Susan's?
Yeah, I'll just ask one myself and then we'll go back.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask about Tyne Street because there seem to be some very polarised views on Tyne Street. We're keeping a car, or the officers have recommended keeping a car park at the entrance of Tyne Street. One of the submitters seemed to say that that would stop the turning circle, interfere with the turning circle of the fire engines, but I wondered if officers have any view on that.
Yeah, so we've had a couple of versions of Tyne Street in terms of trying to retain some of the parking in the past when we've been out for consultation, and we've gone and done a thorough measurement on site to make sure we're trying to balance those residents' needs, because we've had obviously people supporting and people opposing. So we're trying to balance those needs and try and retain as much parking as possible. So we've been out and physically measured on site, and we've determined that one location outside number 3 is sufficient to allow larger vehicles and emergency services through. And that location is the road width is about 6.9 metres, which is sufficient for parking on both sides of the road.
Okay, thank you. Right, now, Councillor Chung, second time, and then Councillor Abdurrahman.
Great, thanks. I have a question about process, and perhaps I should actually know this already, but I've been talking a lot with the people in Waystown regarding the Waystown connection. So all those changes in there, do they actually come under TRs, or is that under quite a different sort of thing? Like at the moment we're going through TRs and we can talk about particular streets and things. So, but when we look at the Waystown connection, does that come under TRs or not?
Yeah. Jonathan, do you want to come up and, sorry, because though I could hear you, I'm not sure it would have gone through to the YouTube.
Most of the transitional projects that are large in size go through a different traffic resolution process, which involves a lengthy consultation and a separate council paper being written. I think you're all familiar with that larger process for the larger projects. Whereas the what I call the transport and infrastructure traffic resolution process is considerably more efficient and effective for the smaller projects that they're generally working through.
Oh, great, that's excellent, thanks. What made me think of that was a comment that you actually just made about the fire engines being able to turn around, and I was thinking all the time that we think about the fire engine going down a street and being able to squeeze through cars parked on both sides, but of course being able to turn around is very important as well. So is this a consideration, or was that actually required? So like when you actually look at some of these traffic resolutions here, are we concerned about the engine being able to turn around? Or are we just interested in squeezing through between two cars?
Councillor Chan, we normally consult with the fans when we do changes like this to see how they operate. Like Sutherland Road in Kilburney, they operate from a different street. So it's just their operational needs. Yeah. So getting through is the key point to get to the incident or event, and then how they retract is another issue for them.
Oh, great! Thank you. Excellent.
Right. Are there any further queries? Oh, Councillor Abdurrahman, sorry.
Cool. You mentioned yourself outside of number 3 Tyne Street, the width is it's at least 6.9. That means, according to our policy, it's enough for fire and emergency. But according to this traffic resolution, number 9 is included as part of the yellow line. Could you please confirm that? If yes, why was that?
Councillor Abdurrahman, while Kate is checking her data, just to answer the question about the petition, why we had Tyne Street on 3 TRs. The first TR that went out, we had 16 people or residents saying yes, and 5 of them say no. And there was some retraction to see, okay, what is happening. So we went back with fence comment. The second time we went out with fence comment, 6 of them that says agree, withdrew it. So that was the second time. And then the third time, now we have 10 supporting it and 11 saying no.
So in regards to your question about the broken lines, the rest of the stretch of the southern side was below 6.9, and that's why we are proposing broken lines, because it's too narrow.
Basically, what I'm asking is, in March 2024, the proposal excluded the number 3. In June 2024, it seems that is included, but the question the residents asking is, if 6.9 is enough, at least according to your own proposal in March 2024, why now that was included is the question, if I'm clear.
Councillor, what happened in March that was excluded, we went out and checked, actually measure out on street in detail to get the exact number between the curb to curb, so that was the reason why we could include one space there.
According to you yourself, you said it's 6.9, right? Could you please confirm that again?
Yes, 6.9 is the minimum.
Okay,
yeah.
Lovely.
And I know that there has been a couple of errors in terms of measurements in the past, but this one is the correct measurement. We went and double checked multiple times.
Yep. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Chung.
This morning, sort of just go back to the submissions that were received regarding Abbott Street. I take on board what Brad said about the process. Would you have any objection to us taking that off passing an amendment, take that off the list for today, so that we can have a further look at it and further discussion with residents? Because I'm not comfortable with the amount of information that we have on making a decision on this.
We recommend that it stays in. If you want to put an amendment in, that's up to you.
Yeah. Okay, great, thanks. And second question is, I've just received an email from a resident regarding Abbott Street, and they've asked, going back to my earlier question about how fans actually go out and sort of look at streets that they're looking at and decide and give it a recommendation. So my question is that, how did we actually get that submitted this morning, talking about and taking those photos of the fire engine not being able to get through? How did that actually come about?
Councillor, normally we invite fans to come up with us to show us where the problem spots are, and then for us to understand how they operate their services. So we actually have connection with fans to help us out on deciding where the problematic areas are. Just like we work with Greater Wellington to see where the buses are having problems getting through and where broken yellow lines needs to be in place for them to provide their services.
Okay, I think that probably brings us to the end of the questions. So I'm going to, or actually, would someone else like to move the paper? But I'm happy to move it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to move the paper.
Can I quickly ask you, Madam Chair, if, let's say, the turn straight has got a bit of something that needs to be worked a bit on, what that looks like, dropping that traffic resolution now, or I don't want us to be voting it down, or...
To be honest, I think if you want to bring an amendment, you bring an amendment. Otherwise, personally, I'm going to support all of these. But I understand that other people might want to bring an amendment to defer Abbott Street or whatever with Tyne Street. But I'm also, no, I'm going to move it as it is. Absolutely as it is. And yes, I don't understand enough about the issue to feel that I have to make that call. But if you wish to make that call and explain it, when you do an amendment. Okay.
That's what we were told before.
Yeah.
Can we just take 5 minutes to finalise our amendment?
Yes.
2C lays on the table.
Oh, all right.
Next meeting.
Okay.
We've got it written out.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to move the thing as it is right now. And I'm looking for a seconder to that. Oh, but then you can't move an amendment, so, okay. Okay, right, that's what I think, starting to think too. So it's now been, I don't feel the need to speak to this. I think we have had submissions, we understand what's on the table. I'm just putting it on the table. Would you like to speak as seconder to this? Or reserve your right or whatever? Okay, now, does anyone else want to speak? All right, we'll take an adjournment for 5 minutes. All right, now I think as much, we probably know how we feel about this and how we're going to go with the decision, but does there need to be any further debate? Of course. Right, so we need the mover and the seconder to speak, perhaps.
We've got Abbott Street and Appleton Terrace there, and Tyne Street, but could we actually include Kenya Street on that because of the, and again, I'm thinking of that submitted this morning that made quite a impassioned discussion about that.
We could, but I don't know that how much support you'll get. If you want to do that, put it on.
Well,
yes, you can explain it in debate.
Yep, okay.
So it was Kenya Street.
Kenya
do you know
Street.
the number offhand? Which one it is?
It was Ian Hollings that spoke.
The TR 9024. Thank you.
Okay, he gave me pages of things
All right.
to read, which I haven't had a
Yes.
chance to read yet.
Yes. Okay. Right. I'm going to suggest that the person who's moving this does that look like what you want?
Yes, but spelling Kenya Street would be better.
Oh yes, it's Kenya. Yeah, that's cool. Right. Okay. So who's moving it? Ray. Away you go.
Great. Okay. As mentioned, I'm very concerned about the submissions that we received this morning regarding the information that was available to them and how they were expected to respond to those in a very, very short time span. So that's why I'd actually quite like to have a discussion with them. I'd like to have a community discussion with them so that we can actually get feedback. And as an example of this, how this actually works so efficiently is that we received a notice from council to our Residents Association about some items. And so what we did then was we presented it to all our members, our 140 members, and discussed it with them. And I find that sort of discussion is actually very, very helpful because we can understand where everybody sits on different arguments. And I find that's exactly what I think a consultation is. And so what I want from this discussion about Abbott Street and Appleton Terrace is that I'd like to have that sort of discussion with the residents because obviously there's a lot of different opinions, a lot of different viewpoints on these things, and so I'd like to understand it before we actually go and make a decision.
Okay, great. Now, do we have a seconder? And do you want to speak now? And can I just ask that everyone's really as brief as they can bring themselves to be because we will be here forever otherwise.
Yes.
Yeah.
So look, this is about just making, sometimes when we go out with these traffic resolutions, we go out one-on-one and then we get the information back and then officers are then having to sort of synthesize the stuff back here. I think there's opportunities for some of these to actually go out into the communities, especially when we know that there's some differing opinions, and actually try and find a way forward before coming back to this committee. And I think we heard from the officers that they welcome something like this. So I think if we go out for engagement on any of these ones past it, I think we could probably see if we could sort of systemize it maybe, so that if we get any similar things, we could apply a similar process, so learn from it. And then perhaps, and I think it's important that sort of the local councillors are involved who could help and get the engagement with the community and try and get a way forward. So that's really, and I think that this is where we've heard, the Abbott Street and Appleton certainly needed to have the school involved because a lot of the people using the school aren't those residents on that street. Obviously, Tyne Street has, we've heard from that, and Kenya Street. I have a lot of sympathy for the submitter because, again, if you make some changes on a stretch of road, which has only just recently been done with speed bumps and, literally speed bumps and a new cycleway lane put in, we don't want to make any further adverse changes. So we need to look at things a little bit holistically. So I think, again, that's would be a good opportunity to make sure we bring the local church in and those residents just to make sure we do make the right decision. Okay, thank you.
Any further debate, Councillor Pawiwi Kelly?
Just to say that I'm going to support because essentially we did hear from a few of the submitters this morning about the school not being consulted, and I think that maybe we could go back and have a look at that. I'm not going to support B. I think that the submitter made a really strong case, and particularly given that his house burnt down in the hut, and it was because the fire engine couldn't get to his house. I'm not surprised that he has safety concerns where he now lives. And given that they've had 3 petitions and the third petition is down to 10 in support and 11 against, I think that I would rather err on the side of safety, so I'm not going to support that, and I'm going to follow the officer's recommendation. And Kenya Street C, I don't know enough about that, but what I did hear was that the guy who presented to us was pretty passionate. The stuff that he said, it looked like he had considered it all, and I don't see any harm in going back. And given that we haven't put any real what is it on the officers, the way that you've worded it, you haven't made it time constraint. I don't think that that's going to hurt. So I'll support A and C.
Anyone else? Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whanau. I know some of us, we want to go as early as possible, but some of the things that we make a decision here, it looks pretty small for us from the magnitude of the big decisions that we made. The small decision that we make will have severe consequences for some of the residents that is getting impacted. So I think it's important to give a bit of thought on every little decision that we make. When it comes to Tyne Street, officers, they did a really good job. This has been going on at least for more than a year and a half. And the first one was, the proposal was in December 23, and another one, March 24, again, third one, June, recently. And the community has been a bit divided because of different reasons. One, when you make a decision, you need to justify the principle. How are you making those decisions? Is that because 5 people just said, oh, we want this to be changing? Or is that part of your policy? And as you might recall, one of the submitters said that you have to have a threshold of 50% of the resident support when you to even get into for officers to recommend or to prepare a report. And the second part is fire and emergency. They got a list of streets. They sent it to Wellington City Council to consider putting yellow lines or whatever it is to make it a bit safer. Those streets are not included. Example, Tyne Street is not part of that. The third point, I feel it's a bit of inconsistency between the second report and the third report, especially for one of the residents who live by number 3. He articulated how the width is wide enough to make it for the fire engine to pass it. It's 6.9. That is our policy. But in this case, that number also included to be painted yellow line. So that is probably, I don't know if it's technically a mistake being made. And that is why I'm asking a bit of patience so the community can at least have a bit of a discussion between themselves, where local councillors can at least try to get involved, not at operational level, but at engagement with the community. And officers can also, I'm not asking for any kind of extra job, just keep it until next the traffic resolution. That means if there is any amendment, I'll come up with any other amendment that I think gonna work. I'm just asking you, just put it for now. Next time, we might even gonna be unanimously passing it as it is. I don't want no one to compromise safety, and I'm not talking to that safety. I'm just saying maybe procedurally there is something that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just put my name up to speak because I heard that point about the street not being in the list that FENZ provide to officers, and I just wanted to reiterate through debate that officers made it clear that they have not received a list for that portion of Wellington yet, and that they have been in contact with FENZ to try and get that list. So that is the reason that it is not on the list available to them at the moment, because they haven't received the list for that area. I like the saying, you know, measure twice, cut once. I mean, I heard from officers, they even said they measured twice on Tyne Street. And, you know, if it's been going on for 1.5 years, it seems like a long time. I am becoming somewhat...
Point of order. I believe there is a bit of misrepresentation for what officers said. So if can I get a confirmation from officers if they are expecting?
What officers said was they'd received a list from FENZ for the area covering the Thorndon station
That's
only.
right. Yeah.
So
I heard
not the
that
rest
too.
of the city.
Okay, so I'm going to say that Councillor Rogers is basically correct, but carry on.
Yeah, I am also very much of the view that community should be able to have input into these things, and that's why I'm amenable to points A and C. I think, you know, particularly A, there are multiple members of the community who said that they needed more time to consult, and it didn't seem to me to be community members necessarily in conflict with each other, but rather expressing a view for more time. But when it came to Tyne Street, for me, that did seem to be more that there were differing views within the community that had been going back and forward. And so, yeah, I guess I am becoming amenable to the idea of Tyne Street also getting some more consultation. If it was the burden of, yeah, I guess us as councillors to bear, given that officers have put a lot of time into it. So it's currently my hesitation at the moment, as officers have done this multiple times, and perhaps if we need a better response from that, it sort of comes at a councillor level. But yeah, I'll leave the debate there. That's my thoughts at the moment.
Just very quickly, I know Tyne Street. I used to live in Island Bay. It's a really narrow street. I'm amazed we even managed to keep one car park at the entrance to it, but I'm confident that officers have measured that and know about the turning circle. We did also hear there wasn't actually huge parking pressures in that street. I mean, they were worried about it, but at the moment it's not. Whereas to have a fire with people potentially dying or a heart attack, they're sending fire engines now to do CPR. So they are first responders for more than just fire. I think we're never going to get 100% agreement on anything, and there's always nervousness, but I'm personally not going to support delaying further on Tyne Street. I'm amenable to the others. I don't know enough about them to have a strong view, but I also picked up that there could be some refinements there, some useful refinements, particularly in Abbott Street. That's where I'm sitting now. Does anyone else want to have a wee crack before we have a vote? Yes?
I know I've already spoken, but if I could just say, only because my son-in-law is a fireman, and getting access to fires is a real hazard and it's a real challenge to them. So for me, the thing with Tyne Street is I think that we've heard from the residents, and 10, 11, I mean, just that's only one out. I just reiterate that I would rather us err on the side of safety. And now that you've confirmed that, because I don't know Tyne Street, but if you know that it is, and that's a good point that you raised too, nowhere did they say that the parking was an issue. So, you know, if one side was no parking, it doesn't seem like it. I think it's a good idea.
Alrighty, right of reply. That's yours.
Great, thanks. I'll go through the comments from each of the people here. Liz sort of mentioned about Kenya Street, and she supports going through that. Kenya Street is actually a very big concern of mine. Because I've had so much response and so much feedback about Kenya Street, and so many complaints about what's been done and has this actually worked, and is this achieving the desired result. And so that's why I feel as if we do need to go back and talk to everyone, because we don't want to be doing things responsibly, say like, this is the result that we actually want, so therefore we've actually done this. I mean, we want to slow the speed down at Kenya Street, so this is what we've done. We put in speed humps, and so has that actually achieved the desired results? Well, according to the I can't remember his name, Ian Hollands from this morning, he feels that it hasn't achieved the desired result. Now, as I mentioned, he's given me a few pages of things to read, so I'd need to understand exactly why, and that's why I'm
Councillor
keen to
Chung,
go there.
right of reply does need to be reasonably brief. It's not your main speech.
Yep, okay, that was the main thing. Response to Newtown, I think that he's absolutely correct in that there's nothing like actually going out and walking the streets yourself and to understand exactly what people think. With Tyne Street, I don't even know where it is, and so I don't understand anything about it, so I'm relying on other people's information. But I find that you get a different perspective when you can actually go out there and look at it and walk it yourself, and I found that particularly so in Wadestown. Sarah, your response to you about talking about first responders, and we don't want anything that delays emergency first responders and people actually getting to whoever they're going to go and help. And I think that this was particularly highlighted 2 weeks ago when we had that issue in Karori, where the fire service actually took 4 minutes longer to reach Collier Street from their fire station. So that you don't know whether the 4 minutes would have made a difference, but someone died from that. And so if they arrived there earlier, we don't know what would have happened. But we don't want to take a risk with people's lives and first responders actually getting to them. So I think that that's very important. So for that reason, I support emergency vehicles getting access to wherever they're going to. Thank you.
All right, we're going to vote on those. We'll just do them one at a time. So 3A. And that's unanimous. 3B. And that's failed. And 3C. And that's passed. So thank you for that. We'll now return to the substantive, and I must confess I hope there isn't too much to be said because we still have a few other papers to come. Do we have anyone? Oh,
have to go back and vote on 3.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Oh, do we have to vote on 3 as a complete? Oh, sorry about that, people. So that's just the header. We have to vote on the header. Vote it down. No. All right. Yeah, it does get a bit tricky when we make parts to things. All righty, that was unanimous, thankfully. We're still on the ball, people. We still know what we're doing.
Can I just say, I think that shows to our participants, we do listen.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a waste of time for them to come in. Because a couple of them said it was the first time.
Yeah. Well, I think we do listen, actually, and we do it the best job we can. But, you know, of course I would think that. The staff do a bloody brilliant job. But anyway, so we now have back to the substantive with all the other traffic resolutions. Are we happy to vote? All together. Yeah. Are we happy to vote all together? Lovely. We will do that. We will receive the information. We will vote for all these traffic resolutions, and we'll move on. Yeah, with the amendments, yeah. They don't come into this package because we've agreed to do other things with them. Lovely. Hopefully. Nerida, we're all done. Nerida, we haven't got your vote. Lovely, thank you. Lovely. Right, so we are moving on to the road closures. Sean. And thank you, everybody. And thank you very much for your hard work. It's appreciated. Yeah, and I actually think we can do this. It's going to get a bit easier. because I think we're much more in agreement on these later papers, which will make life fairly straightforward. So, Sean, would you like to run through quickly what we've got in front of us, or is it obvious?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll quickly introduce the papers because I think that's what everybody would like. I bring to you the request for 5 road closures for 5 to enable 5 events. So the first 3 are regular events that have been well patronised and well loved in the Wellington calendar. So the first one is the Thorndon Fair on the 1st of December, and then we've got the Polish Christmas Market. So that is going to be on the 16th of November. And then we've got Beers at the Basin through requesting a week's closure in November. It must be noted that there has been an objection to that. And that was from Cycle Wellington, and James Burgess did speak to that earlier. And then, of course, we heard from Damien Hochberg, the organiser for Beers at the Basin. And then we've got a couple of exciting opportunities to look to trial some street activations in Newtown. So we're proposing some trail closures in both Newtown Ave and Wilson Street on one weekend of each month between September and February. And again, I just really wanted to thank the public participants who came in to sort of support this. It does show that there's been a lot of constructive conversations in the background. And I'm happy to field any questions about any of the events.
So I just have a quick one about the Basin Reserve. So I think just to show that we have listened a little bit to our public's objection, he did offer a small tightening up of the time frame at the start, and I think he said he'd be prepared to accept
Tuesday to Tuesday
morning.
Tuesday to Tuesday, which mirrors what has happened in previous years.
Yeah,
in fact, in previous years, it's been Tuesday to Monday.
Okay.
As Damien mentioned, the Tuesday's simply there if they have to run into the rain day.
Yeah, so I think given that that's been offered and it shows again that we have been responsive, that we should actually just agree perhaps to make that change. So if it can be, where do we have the Basin Beers at the, we have it somewhere. So instead of being from, number 4, instead of being from Monday at 7 p.m, it would become Tuesday from 5 p.m, I think you said.
5 a.m.
5 a.m, yes. So we're changing that Monday to a Tuesday there.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yes, we're changing it to Tuesday at 5 a.m. And he's obviously thought about that, so. Okay, Councillor McNulty.
Is the clause 7 that I circulated in there as well?
Can we have a look? Okay.
I guess I'll just confirm. Have you seen the clause 7 around?
I have, yes.
Yeah. I'll just read it out to the committee since it's not there. So on the back of the Cycle Wellington submission, I requested an amendment in the substantive. It says, agree that officers will work with the BRT, Basin Reserve Trust, to develop consistent traffic management plans for slip lane closures at the Basin Reserve, including use of temporary signage and minimising footpath obstacles. So you're happy with that to be included?
Absolutely. We review every event after it's occurred as well. So
cool.
Yeah, I won't try and muddy up the amendment, but I do wonder too if there's a need to inform people as to why the basin's closed when, sometimes it might be we could have a sign that just says closed for maintenance or closed for an event or closed, like there may be a selection of signs they could just put up on the gate. Because if you're used to going through there and you suddenly decide you've got to have a great big day tour, it's nice to know that there's a reason. Yeah, maybe it's just me. But I'm not going to try and complicate the anything further. But thank you for bringing that. I think that's really useful and gives an opportunity to think about these things.
Yep.
Thank you, Ben. Right. Okay, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, Sean, you did acknowledge the Newtown folk coming in, and I thought they did a really good, and I've got a lot of trust and faith in them. But I just want to check from an officer perspective, if something untoward happened, within the 6-month trial period, have you got the mechanism, or has this committee got some mechanism to just look at what we've approved?
Each approval is still subject to an approved traffic management plan being made available.
Yeah.
So if the untoward event should be something that can be influenced by the traffic management plan, then that can either be cancelled, altered, or re-looked at.
Okay. And what happens if it's not related to the traffic management, or is that? I don't know what else might be. It's more the unknown.
Yeah, well, it's hard to speculate on the unknown, but
Okay.
I'm confident we've got very good a working relationship with the organisers, and they are very hopeful for this to continue, so they'll look to do everything in their
Okay,
success.
thank you.
Okay, I had Councillor Chung, then you, Deputy Mayor.
Great, thanks very much. I'm generally very I generally encourage all these events, and I think that they're very, very good for that area and also for Wellington. But I'm just wondering, after all these events, have you actually ever received any feedback about something that people weren't happy with, or do you actually receive any?
We receive very few objections to the events as they are advertised. Occasionally during an event there may be a complaint which is dealt with essentially by the operational staff, and ever so occasionally we may receive something after the event as well, but generally it would just be around an individual who felt that was a surprise to them. So.
Deputy Mayor.
Great. Just back to the Newtown event, we're putting up an amendment to enable the group to report back and council officers to report back to this committee. I guess what the group were hoping that, can we make the timing so that if the committee gives a go-ahead, there'll be a committee, the report will get done in time so that they can continue with the latter events, if that's...
Yeah, the latter events starting in May, so that I agree, we should try not to stop their rhythm if there's no problems.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, we can commit
We can commit to that. Great, thank you, I think they'd appreciate that.
Lovely. Right, Geordie, Councillor Rogers.
I'm happy for the committee to get me to ask this offline if they would like. But I guess my question was around the nature of this closing, where there are, I guess, what I would describe as distinct individual events. However, they do follow the same format. And my thinking is around the process of it. Are we treating this sort of function of event where it is basically to the public multiple different events, different through our sort of road closing process? I'm thinking about the feedback cycles, the different times of the year that each thing would be taking place. I mean, from a committee member perspective, I guess I'm in a position where I'm kind of seeing this as, one approval, but perhaps my focus would be better determining, the individual circumstances for each of those weekends, for example.
We're trying to activate as many, or make it as easy as possible for events to be activated. We're also trying very hard to actually look at our own internal processes where we can try and remove as many barriers as possible. And I think we see this as an opportunity to do so. So, I'm not sure if I've answered your question adequately.
No, I think that's useful to steer it in a different direction. Yeah, cool, thank you.
Right, if there are no further questions, I'll just say a few words. I'm actually really pleased with where we've landed with this. I had my doubts when the Newtown cluster came to us last time, because I thought, gosh, we're being asked to pre-approve an awful lot. But I think the process where we've gone back, tightened things up a little bit, we're requesting a wee bit of feedback so we can just sense check whether this is the right way to go, describing it as a trial. I think that's actually all positive. It's giving us a way to go forward and experiment with something while making it clear that we're not necessarily changing our fundamental way of doing things right now. We're trialling something, and I quite like trials. And I think, you were right, the officers were right. we have very few objections to what we're doing in this space, and generally people are pretty positive. I do have some concerns about the basin, just because it is such a strategic transport route now. I really think, but again, I appreciate the responsiveness of the staff member there that came to speak to us, but just something to keep in mind is minimising the amount of times that we're actually closing it, because it isn't particularly safe or convenient to go around on the street there. But that's all I've got to say. Who would like to second this? Oh, you can't, but Ben, why not?
Nothing to say.
Oh, lovely. Anyone else? Councillor Calvert.
Look, I had, last committee meeting, we had some concerns about the whole Newtown thing, and we weren't sure what was happening. So I just want to thank officers for coming back and giving us that clarity, but also to the Newtown folk for giving us a lot of confidence and trust that they, that they wanted to succeed. And they're very conscious about the surrounding area. So just to thank them and for taking the time for all of them to come in. Thank you.
Anyone else? Or can we vote? Oh, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just thanks to the Chair and Deputy for helping with that amendment so that it just gives everybody a little bit of confidence. Thank you, Councillor Calvert, for acknowledging the community coming in. And I think what is exciting about this is that we did a summit maybe about earlier this year, I can't remember the years emerging, for local business communities. And one of the big successes that happens overseas are lots of impromptu events like this happening. And so this is the Newtown community acting on that, trying to make different things happen at different times of the year to attract business and opportunities for creatives, including work. So I think what's cool is if it works here, it's going to work for all of us. So yeah, we're really keen to be the trial place for that. So thank you for your support in advance. And thanks very much to the crew for coming in today.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
No, thank you for you all for intending to support this, and Councillor Fawn for your work from behind the door. Really appreciate it. And I think Newtown Festival people, they have proven to be a force to be working with. And they are really a good people, and they just passionate about the community. And it's also great this council sometimes listens and work with the community, and let this be the start to some extent, and next we'll be working on the Poneke Promise, what that looks like in Newtown. Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? Just to summarise quickly, I think it was very nice that Martin was so positive, because we didn't give him everything he wanted. We have put a little bit of a break in there and asked for some feedback, but he was very gracious and appeared very happy about what he described as a 6-month time period, and I think it's a really appropriate amount of time to give it a good crack before we try and get a bit of feedback. So having said that, do we need to take anything separately? Hopefully not. Let's go for voting on this all as one block. I know, amazing, eh?
I'm going to just decide
oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Right, we're taking a takeover. We're on a roll. So now we are moving to the next item on our agenda. Oh, that was carried unanimously. Right, so we're on a roll. We're up to item, can someone help me out? I seem to have lost a bit of paper somewhere. Item road stopping. So it's Jane and Jacob, thank you very much. Sarah Jane, sorry. I have lost my piece of paper, but I've just found it. Right, so, and we're having a changeover at the top. Thank you very much, Elise. You've done such a great job. Welcome, Sean. Okay, so, yes, we're looking forward to hearing from you. So, do you want to introduce item 2.4 for us? Thank you.
Thank you, councillors, and thank you, Madam Chair. So this report relates to road stopping approximately 71 square metres of land, unformed legal road land adjoining 1B Connaught Terrace in Brooklyn. Council owns the adjoining section of land at 1B at Kanoa Terrace and wishes to road stop the land and then amalgamate the two titles. And then once this has occurred, look to dispose of both bits of land. The land at 1B was previously tendered at last year. However, the tenders that were received were rejected, and it was hoped that by conducting the road stopping would get a more appropriate tender value. And the usual process involving public notification would occur if the road stopping was to proceed.
Okay, are there any questions, Councillor McNulty?
Super quick, but just what actually happens once we sell the property in terms of how it's handled within the budgets? Is it just sort of do we just have another revenue line that the sale falls into?
So the sale proceeds from all of our land disposals come back to council. They usually are used to pay off debt and things like that. And yeah.
Is there any way we can find out the, the sort of prices we are getting for these little bits and pieces of land? Once it's not commercially sensitive, I presume.
Yeah, generally they are available online, but we can sort of let you know if there's something
I'd just be interested, it's hard to know the quantum we're kind of dealing with.
Yeah, so we get all the pieces of land valued by a registered valuer.
Sure.
So we are sort of hoping to obtain current market value when we do put them on the market,
I appreciate why we can't ask for that information before it's all happened, but it'd be nice to know. Are there any other questions, Councillor Abdurrahman?
Ben just opened a bit of can. So does that mean any property, including land, once it gets sold, it just go back into the pool and that's paying for debts, or is that only other projects that it goes to? Something in my mind just playing is there is a ex-city council house that kind of getting disposed in Newtown area. I just wonder if that is going to pay debt or if that's going back to housing.
If it's part of our social housing stock, it would be wound into that HUP2 project. So if it's social housing, it's different. If it's just general, like we might have a property that's commercially leased, that would just go back into the pool, or if we've got some surplus land, that would just go back into the pool.
Yeah. Okay, and just noting this is, you're just asking us to recommend this for consultation, is that right? What are we doing?
To go to council.
Oh yeah, agree, okay. Oh, referring it up to council, yeah, sure. Okay, any, Councillor Chung? Yes?
Have we assessed the desirability of this land to anyone? Like, have we talked to agents about, would anyone be interested in this?
So we previously had 1B on the market. It's a very small site. So we had a few people interested, but their sort of main concerns were the fact that it was quite small to put a house on, and it is an odd shape as well. It's triangular. So we had a couple offers during that tender process, but they weren't anywhere near the market value, so we weren't comfortable presenting those to the CE to actually approve. With the road stopping, we increased the size of that lot, so it ends up somewhere over, I think, around 250 square metres or nearabouts, and a little bit easier to develop. So we're hoping that maybe some of those interested parties would come back, or you actually see like a wider group of people that would be interested, given that it would be larger now. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you. I think that's all the questions. Right. I don't even want to introduce this, though it's a very good paper. I'm looking for someone else to volunteer. How about you, Councillor McNulty? Lovely.
Thanks, officers, for the work. Happy to introduce
Move it, rather. Yeah. Seconder? Councillor Calvert, I saw the... okay. Is there any need to... Okay, any further debate? No, we're only recommending it up to council anyway, it turns out. Well, we do have to recommend land sales to council. Only council has the power to dispose of it. Yeah. I wondered why it came to us in the first place, but when we have to recommend it to council, but there you go. And that has passed unanimously. Well, we're really on a roll. So item 2.5, the name for the private right-of-way of John Sims Drive in Broadmeadows. So this one's Carleen. Welcome, Carleen. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou. I'm very pleased to present this paper recommending a name for a small private right-of-way off John Sims Drive in Broadmeadows. The proposed name is Wineberry Way. This was proposed by the developer, however, it is endorsed as, it is being seen as an opportunity to stimulate discussion about some of our native indigenous flora and fauna. The Te Reo name was unavailable.
Oh, I see, okay. Are there any questions? Thank you, Carleen. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just noted in the report that the Te Reo name of Wineberry was unavailable, but I was wondering around, and that there was some support for that, given that it still gave acknowledgement to Māori, but I was wondering in terms of the first priority under naming, whether Mana Whenua did have a particular interest in the area and whether they had suggested a name outside of Wineberry?
No.
Thank you.
Were they asked? They were asked via Mataho Aranui, who reached out to Mana Whenua. The advice received was that in this instance they're happy to accept the developer's preferred name, and with the Te Reo name being unavailable.
Yeah, okay. Are there any further questions? Okay, thank you, Carleen.
Kia ora.
I'm happy to move this. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Chung. Is there any further debate? Does anyone want to have a say? Yes.
This proposal came to our Residents Association, and we decided to extend it to our membership, 140 members, and ask them for their feedback, particularly the ones in Broadmeadows, because it directly affected them. And some of the people there said that we should actually look into it a lot more carefully about exactly what the naming protocols were for that area, and sort of if there were any historic reasons behind it. So we had people looking into that. We looked at the any relationship to Mana Whenua, as mentioned by Geordie, and went back into the history of it, 180 years, and it's been in a family trust for a long, long time, and it used to be a farm until about 25 years ago. And so we didn't find any relationship with anyone or any conflict. I actually didn't know what a wineberry was, and in fact I actually still don't. But it was decided that amongst the membership that there was a consensus for this. The land there, Broadmeadows, actually belonged to the Meadowcroft family for many, many years. And so that's why the name was actually given of Broadmeadows. And it used to be a farm, and it was just a desolate hill. In some ways it still is. So I think that I would recommend that this actually be accepted.
Yeah. Oh, well. Is there any further debate? Okay. I guess we'll vote on it. And that has passed. All right, let's move to item 2.6. I think so. Okay. Yeah, I was a bit surprised at the choice of name, but anyway, that's the way it was. 2.6, new community recreation leases and licences. So we've got Parish. You do.
If you say it on the microphone.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, if you say
Can I change my vote?
the last.
For the last one, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Rightio. So, Parish, welcome. And goodness, sorry.
Sarah.
Sarah, I thought it was, but didn't want to get it wrong.
Kia ora, this report requests committee approve a new premise and ground lease for Oriental Dongatai Football Club based at Polo Grounds in Miramar, subject to public consultation. Approve officers to commence public consultation on a new licence for the Island Bay and Berrenport Community Orchard Trust located on Wellington Town Belt land, and refer the new premises lease for Olympic AFC on Wellington Town Belt land to Council for final approval following completed public consultation. Are there any questions?
No. Thank you. I understand that the Olympic, the last one, is just a bit of a tidy up from the decision we made a decision to renew the lease, but we didn't get the name quite right. So this is just a little bit of a tidy up. Yeah. There was a bit of a muck up in the name, and I said we've got to do it properly, so it's just come back for a rubber stamping. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Yeah. Do we know how many members do they have and how inclusive are they? Sometimes the sport teams can be perceived as a family kind of business, not in this case, but in some areas.
Which one are you talking about, the number two? Number two or number?
The Rongotai one. I'm just asking how many members do they have? And
They have 500 members, and it's a combination of rugby teams and netball, so they're quite an inclusive community.
That's what we need.
Any further questions? No, thank you. Thank you. Okay, would you like to move it, Councillor Abdurrahman? Yeah.
Everyone is in a hurry, so let's go for it. And I move.
And do you have a second? Geordie, good. Spread the love. Does anyone have anything much to say about this? Yeah, we all happy?
Well, I think it's really good stuff, and officers are working very hard with our sport team, and that is can be a good testament to it. A report will be coming at some stage. I don't have to announce it now, but that shows how the team is working hard, and we really need to support those clubs, not only by giving them leases in the future. There should be, hopefully in the next long-term plan, there should be funding for sports team. So let's see how they can advocate for that.
Any further debate? No. Right. Seconder.
I was just going to say, over my break, I got to observe a tournament of community football. It wasn't in New Zealand, but it just, for me, reiterated really the importance that sport can have in bringing community together. That there was I think about, at one time, 300 people on a beach watching a football game of just community members. And so very happy to be seconding this and support all the words of my fellow councillor as well.
Great. Let's vote. And that's passed unanimously. Lovely. Right, so we are now on to the renewal of some telecom sublease. Renewal of an established telecoms sublease on reserve land. So thank you, Parish, again, and Sarah. We'll get it right this time.
Thank you. Yep, we are requesting approval to renew a sublease agreement between Johnsonville Rugby Football Club and 40 South Group. This is for an existing mobile network site that's located at Helston Park on top of the football club's club rooms on the roof. The sublease agreement request is for 20 years. This aligns with the football club's current ground lease that's held between the club and council. This sublease agreement, just to note, is conditional on public notification. That public notification follows or is pursuant to the Reserves Act and the council lease policy. Is there any questions?
Yeah, questions. Councillor Chung.
I have a question about these mobile base stations being put onto council land or onto public land. Do they need to apply for resource consent the first time, and then they just get renewed? Is that right?
Yeah, yep. So initially, when this was established in 2003, they went through the consenting process.
Oh, I see. So what happens with new mobile base stations? Do they all have to go through a resource consent?
Yeah, I'm not in the planning team, so I can't definitely tell you that answer, but I'm assuming, yes, that they would probably need some kind of consenting.
Great, thank you.
Wee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just realised that they were on the front page of today's post. Does officers still support this? There's no.
Yeah, yep. So we're
It's
aware.
20 years you're talking about, eh?
Yeah, yep. So we're aware of the hearings that are going on. This is specific to helping provide funds for them to provide their recreational activity. So it is separate to that. And so we do support the continuation of the telecom tower.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, I might have missed something, but this is for a telecommunications sublease. Is there a rental that gets paid for, and they get that money? Okay.
Yep. So that money, as outlined in the paper, goes to like maintenance of the facility and like their operations.
All right, okay. I've got a couple of questions. Liz, you finish because you started.
Well,
and then we'll go
well
to
just so those costs, do they normally go to the leaser? Is that why they get the money and not council?
Yep, good question. So this is a bit of a unique one where the telecom tower is established on the club room's roof. So it's captured as a sublease agreement with the rugby club.
Because does the rugby club own the building?
Yes, yep,
and
correct.
so we just lease them the land?
Yep, correct.
Oh, well, that's a blessing for them, eh?
Yeah, as alluded to in the paper, at the moment there's some shifting in terms of who owns the physical assets and provides the physical network of telecommunications. And I was just wondering, in terms of accepting this lease, if there was to be future changes in who one of the parties in the contract were, who would accept the liability of renegotiating those terms or moving the contract over?
Yep. So part of the sublease agreement, the lessor, so Johnsonville Rugby Football Club and 40 South, come up with the terms of agreement. That's with our legal team to go over those clauses and those terms and conditions. Generally, if, say, the rugby club was like, we want to sell the building and we don't want to be part of this, there will generally be clauses saying that if it's still appropriate and council leases out to another community group, that we will consider continuation of that telecom tower.
Just to be 100% crystal clear, there's still got to be some consultation on this, community consultation.
Yep. So that consultation is 30 days. That'll be pursuant to the Reserves Act and our council lease policy process.
Okay. All right. Are there any further questions?
Yeah, I think this is really interesting for them, for the rugby club and rugby and football club. Can similar thing happen to other groups, not having the telecommunication, obviously, where they sublease and that contribute towards maintaining the building or just looking after it? That's pretty expensive in a lot of ways.
Yep. So subleasing is something that can offer good opportunities for these groups. It just depends on what that activity is, if it's commercial or telecom or to another community group.
You'll move it. Brilliant. You'll second it. Lovely.
Just moving it because this is probably the tower that actually powers my phone at home. So
Oh, lovely. So you've got an interest. Did you declare a contract? All right. Is there any need for any debate or anything more to be said? No. Okay. No right of reply then. Let's vote. Okay, we're going to keep moving because we are on the clock now if we don't want to extend the meeting. So can I move on to item 2.8 and invite Kate to talk to us about the new electricity easement at Thorndon Reserve in Strathmore Park. Thank you, Kate.
Kia ora. So this report is just requesting that a new easement is granted, electricity easement, electricity cables on Thorndon Reserve or over Thorndon Reserve, Strathmore Park. And so the cables are part of the Wellington electricity network. They are required for the wastewater treatment plant, and they would also provide power for the airport. And they've looked at quite a few different routes and alternatives to using the reserve, and they've come up with this one in consultation with us in Parks, and we think that the route is achievable. We can get some wins for the reserve in terms of better ecology, some more planting and better access for us to do some improvements. and also potentially to do a walking track, recreation walking track connection as well. People in that area of Strathmore to get down to the coast a bit easier. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
So could you just, in layman terms, explain to us what it means giving them in perpetuity and what the city getting out of this? And yeah.
Yeah, so in perpetuity is for as long as they need to have the cables there. So it's basically giving them a right, and they have obligations as well to have the cables over that piece of land. And the benefits are, so they're quite big public benefits of having the big electricity cables there. So they'll provide the power for the sludge treatment, which is a council facility, and for the airport, which is also a good thing.
So basically what I'm asking is, they are a private company, isn't it?
Wellington Electricity, Chivalry.
Yeah, they are a private company, but they're also the only distribution company we have, so they're the only electricity provider in Wellington.
Definitely. Basically what I'm saying is, what are we getting out of this, or are we just giving them this as a public good they're doing?
It's for public works, essentially, so it is classified as public works, so they're not required to give us any compensation. It is also on the critical path for the sludge minimisation facility, so it's in our interest to get this cabling done as soon as possible.
Is it going to be buried? I think.
Yeah, fully buried. So there's actually going to be 7 cables.
Yeah.
And they'll all be buried
trenched
trenched and buried as a bundle.
Okay.
Yeah. So all underground.
Okay. And they're going to meet all the costs.
Absolutely.
So it won't cost us anything, and we will get some public benefits. And will that be covered by their money? Will the money for
they'll
the pathway?
pay for so they'll pay for remediation, any improvements for planting and weed control,
and the pathway.
The pathway, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Councillor Chung.
Putting my green hat on. Before they actually start this work, has there been an evaluation on the effect on wildlife or anything there?
So we've walked over the site and we've chosen a route that we think will have the least impact. So it's quite a lot of blackberry and caro, which is a native species, but it is a bit pesty in Wellington.
Great, thanks. Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions? No. Well, I'm happy to move this in my local area. Councillor Abdurrahman, you're pretty familiar with this area. Do you want to second it? Okay. Is there any debate? I'd just like to say this is really important. So, yeah. And wineberry, by the way, they used to literally make wine out of it, I believe. It's little purple berries in a cluster. So. Yeah. Alrighty. If there's no further debate, we will vote a whole lot. And thank you for your hard work, Kate. Please don't. Well, you won't get your cell phone powered. Oh, Diane. Yeah, thanks. Alrighty, and that's passed. So that brings us to the last item on our long list for today, which is the decision register updates and upcoming reports. That'll be you, Siobhan, won't it?
Very happy to introduce this report of decision register and any thing that's coming up in the forward programme. Happy to take any questions.
I actually don't have any. I'm too brain dead to, I shouldn't say that. But except that this has been a pretty stonking big agenda. Well. So I hope that the next one isn't going to be quite so large. And of course, we're all back again tomorrow. Yeah.
Early September isn't a bit early for the traffic resolution to come back for the Wedstown connection?
Now, we are getting a site visit. We're hearing submissions tomorrow and then we're going on a site visit.
About right, because you're hearing, you've got hearings tomorrow and that's another 3 weeks away, 3 or 4 weeks away?
Yeah, 4 or a month probably.
6 weeks.
Yeah.
September.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good question though. Alrighty, if there's no further debate, I suggest we vote.
Mover and seconded, yeah.
Oh, yes, mover and a seconder. You, right, we've got Councillor Rogers moving. Who hasn't done any seconding today? I think we have Diane. Oh, do you? Seriously? Oh, are you actually okay? You're good. All right. We've got to make sure. I don't want process to fall down at the last minute. All righty. Yes, we've got 10 minutes to go. Right. Thank you, everybody. It has been a bit of an arduous day, but we've got there. And as I said, the run sheet for tomorrow, I'll go up and ask Dem Services and get it circulated. And let's try and have a nice night. All right. I'll close the meeting with the karakia. Una hia, ki te uru tapanui, kia wātia, kia māma, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua, i te ara takatū, koe rā I rongo, whakairia, aki ki runga, kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia.